Chapter 350. Yu Linghuan's expression was dark and sunken. How was he just trash? He was also in the clouds, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top young generation people of the cloud world, even above them. If such a character was still considered trash, then what was he, Yu Linghuan, considered? His brows furrowed tightly, thinking back to the situation just now. He felt that the situation wasn't right. Thinking about that, Yu Linghuan's face swelled up to a purple-red color, feeling extremely ashamed. At that time, Zhong Shou's killing intent was like a physical form. Like in the next instance, he could instantly kill him on the spot. It made him unable to calm down to judge Zhong Shou's situation. Thinking back to it now, only then did he notice that there were some mysteries within. Did City Lord notice that Zhong Shou at that time was actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside? The silver-armored gray-haired old man observed his expression and asked. Seeing Yu Linghuan look over in shock, he sighed. Actually, when he left, I noticed something. However, from what I saw, he still had some strength left. Along with him being shocked, he lost all his fighting spirit. He didn't have any confidence at all, not even having the courage to turn around and exchange blows with him. So, City Lord, you don't need to feel ashamed. This person is one of the most terrifying people below grade 7 that I have seen in my life, grasping sword intent and fist intent. Below the ascended realm, he is close to invincible. Yu Linghuan's expression cleared up. What he couldn't tolerate the most was his own cowardice, retreating without fighting. He had a great chance to kill Zhong Shou, but because of his cowardice, he missed it. Just at this moment, Yu Linghuan's eyelids suddenly rose up, only to see a stumbling person suddenly charge into his field of vision from the fork in the road ahead. She was dressed in white, her body petite. Her left arm was missing an arm, badly mangled. Xiongyu? Yu Linghuan was startled as he looked at this woman. Her face was ashen gray, looking extremely haggard. She didn't have the smile from before. Her elegant and refined aura was also gone. After looking at him, that Xiongyu frowned, but she didn't come over. She directly walked to the other side, her body stumbling as she left. City Lord, do we need to invite her over? A spirit master at the side squinted his eyes and bent over to ask. The rest of the people also had dangerous glints in their eyes. Yu Linghuan was also moved, but then he shook his head slightly. No need, you all know the rules of the Flame Bear clan. Xiongba was still here, so even if he controlled her, it was useless. Our biggest enemy is still Zhong Shou, he said with a dark and sunken face. What I am more concerned about is the person beside her. The 7 Xuanwu ancestors and 2 returned to Sun Spirit Masters. No one followed him. Only then did the surrounding people come to their senses. They instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions changed indeterminately. Xiongyu was heavily injured and fled alone. The others were nowhere to be seen. There was only one possibility. Those Type 6 powerhouses had already fallen at the hands of Zhong Shou. But how long had it been since they left? At this moment, even the silver-armored expert didn't dare to confirm it. When Zhong Shou forced them to leave, was he really strong on the outside but weak on the inside? He searched nearby for Zhong Yuan and Gong Yu but to no avail. Zhong Shou could only give up and continue to head towards the core of the maze, where the hall was. When they arrived, the stone room that was 300 feet in circumference was already sparsely populated. There were only about 100 people in it. The rest of the people had probably gone to other places. There were also 26 diagrams on the 2 sides of the cave. However, they weren't murals or anything, but some dots of different sizes that were densely carved on the stone walls. At first glance, it looked like a star pattern, but upon closer inspection, it looked like, however, if one looked closely, these dots had no connection with the stars in the sky. If one had no comprehension of the martial path or hadn't been to the first 7 caves, they would be totally confused and not know what was going on. Zhong Shou only felt his eyes light up. These dots were like a link, like a core, connecting those murals, sword marks, incomplete sword techniques, as well as the mysteries hidden in the other 4 areas, forming a close to complete sword intent. Out of the 26 diagrams, only 18 were real. Between them, they weren't totally unrelated. This was because they themselves had many flaws. They needed to use other diagrams to complete the true sword technique. So that's the case. No wonder that person said that one needs to understand a small portion of the diagrams to learn a sword technique and comprehend a sword intent. Zhong Shoxin was enlightened, smiling slightly. True dragon sword intent. His index and middle fingers joined together and made a slight gesture. A martial path intent that was similar to the maniac lightning sword intent instantly spread out from his body. This was the lightning dragon sword to a martial cultivator. Once one comprehended the strength of the martial path to the peak, one could enter the ascended realm. After comprehending the martial path intent, stepping from ascended ancestor to grandmaster was just a matter of time. And at this very moment, the sword intent that countless martial cultivators yearned for even in their dreams was easily displayed by him. Actually, what these diagrams contained was only limited to the strength of the martial path. There was even a small portion that was missing. Zhong Shou relied on his martial path attainments and the tens of sword intents that he grasped in his last life to push this lightning dragon sword to the intent level. The people around were originally comprehending the diagrams. At this moment, they all sensed something and looked over. Their eyes were filled with shock. When they came back to their senses, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Apart from the people who knew Zhong Shou, no one cared about his age. In this world, there were many secret techniques to maintain one's look. If the 9 types of true dragon sword intents are like that, then what about the legendary 10th grade, Saint Spirit level 99 Long Ing sword technique? Is it really hidden within those patterns? Zhong Shou looked up, only to see that it was a gray-white color. There weren't any special patterns. However, above it, it looked smooth, but if one looked carefully, one could see a few protrusions. Not more, not less, just nice 9. When this scene entered his eyes, Zhong Shou's mind exploded. Within the 7 caves, the different patterns intersected and intersected in his mind, entangling with one another. It was a mess, but when those 9 dots were spread out, there was a pattern. The chaos stopped. Just by slightly sorting it out, there were some diagrams. It is actually the 9th grade Long Ing sword, as expected. If it wasn't for this place not being a good place, he wouldn't want the people around to look at him and treat him as a lunatic. Zhong Shou wanted to immediately laugh out loud, only then did he feel refreshed. All the mysteries were solved, along with the 9 caves when he entered, the 9 dragon gates at the bottom of Dragon Gathering Mountain. The patterns and changes of the entire maze were all within his grasp. This sword technique should be lacking a little. That Long Ing old man loves the 9 words. Within this maze, there should be a 9th stone room, and it should be the most crucial one. As expected, the 3 entrances into the inner sect that Jin Buhui mentioned should be within. His mind was crazily calculating and deducing. Zhong Shou's heart suddenly moved. He held the map that he found from Xue Shuifan in his hand and looked carefully at the top left. Then, his expression became really weird. This picture was actually real. 100 years later, naturally there would be some changes. However, 100 years ago, the maze over there was mostly like this. Zhong Shoxin felt really weird. What were these people doing? He didn't think much about it. Zhong Shou kept it, taking large strides towards a cave on the left. Although this maze was huge, Zhong Shou knew this place like the back of his hand. In just 15 minutes, he arrived at the area marked on the map, which was the southeast side of the maze. Based on Xue Shuifan's map, there should be an entrance nearby that directly led to the 9th stone room. The 9 drops of true dragon blood were hidden nearby. However, when Zhong Shou arrived, he didn't find anything. In all directions, it was a dead end, and there was nothing suspicious about it. He bumped into many suspicious people who were in groups of 3 to 5, like they were also searching for something. Their eyes were vicious as they sized up Zhong Shou. However, when they noticed that Zhong Shou had no internal energy or soul power, they didn't care anymore. Their faces were filled with shock and mocking intent. Zhong Shou pretty much looked at all the nearby caves. In the end, he stopped in front of a narrow cave. This was a dead end and it wasn't very deep. One could see everything at the entrance. At this moment there was no one here. Looking at the bare stone wall in front of him, a weird feeling rose up in Zhong Shou's heart. Based on his deductions, the entrance should be here. However, be it what he saw with his eyes, what he sensed with his soul, or what his aura touched, they were clearly telling him that this place was a dead end. This longing old man, he doesn't seem like a good person. Why are there so many twists and turns? Cursing out in his heart, Zhong Shou took in a deep breath and closed his eyes. Based on his deductions, he walked straight ahead. First, he took 12 steps forward and then walked straight to the right. In his memory, this place was already a stone wall. Zhong Shou resisted the urge to open his eyes, forgetting all his memories of this stone wall. He still took a step forward. Then, he felt a giant green dragon roaring at him in his head. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. Zhong Shou tried to use his mind to shatter it, but it was useless. In the end, he had an idea. The aura around his body simulated the Tai Dragon Sword of the 9 types of true dragon sword intent. As expected, this green long ink collapsed. When his foot landed on the ground, it actually landed directly on the ground without any obstruction at all. That stone wall really didn't exist. However, he didn't have time to think about it as an external force pushed him. Zhong Shou couldn't help but take another step forward. This time, it was a giant black dragon that circled the sky. A series of 9 steps, each step was a true dragon from the ancient era. When Zhong Shou finally stopped and opened his eyes, the area in front of him had changed to a wide stone cave. Chapter 351. Actually, this place wasn't much different from the mazes outside. Long and winding paths, numerous forks in the road. The only difference was that on both sides of the stone walls, roughly every 100 steps there was a long bright lantern. It was actually using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as oil for the lamps to last for 10,000 years. Looking behind it, it had already turned into a stone wall. Even if one used their hands to touch it, they wouldn't feel anything different. Zhong Shou followed the map, along with his grasp of the maze. It only took him about a quarter of an hour to find the place marked on the map. However, apart from a few lamps, there was nothing else. His brows furrowing, Zhong Shou looked closely at the map in his hand. Just like that, he comprehended something. As expected, this map was still fake. He didn't know who spread out this treasure map. However, if what he guessed was right, this person shouldn't have been able to find a way to enter this region. Only then did he spread out the map. Since he couldn't find it, then he would let others help him find it and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Scoffing coldly, a world-shocking true energy charged out from Zhong Shou's palm. His palms closed. That ice and fire spiral energy instantly smashed this piece of silk into pieces. However, as expected, there was a small thing within. It was resisting the impact of the world-shocking true energy for a full breath. Only then did Zhong Shou's palms give out a soft ping sound. As if something had shattered, a thick layer of silver light suddenly flashed. Strands of soul power scattered in all directions. Zhong Shou opened his hands, only to see that his palms were covered in silver powder. There was also a light fragrance that wafted into his nose. Fragrance entangling formation? Juelong City? Zhong Shou recognized this method. It was a common method used by Juelong City in the Tsanglang Ocean. Smelling the scent to distinguish the tracks, even if one was 10,000 miles away, one could still track it. These fellows really had a good plan. It was probably after killing Venerable Xianlang to get the place where the 9-dragon true blood was hidden. However, they were unable to enter this region. That old man Long Ying used restrictions to cut off, which was why they thought of such a method. At this moment, the people of Juelong City had probably noticed the way he entered this place. However, even if they knew, so what? To enter this place, one had to grasp the 9 types of true dragon sword intent. One couldn't make a single mistake in the 9 steps that one took. He really didn't believe that this Juelong City could do it. At this moment, Zhong Shou's only surprise was that Venerable Xianlang. How did this person enter? If this person also grasped the 9 sword intents, then even if he couldn't inherit the legacy of old man Long Ying, his strength should have increased. Zhong Shou's Xianlang Xuanlang Xianlang 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 Xuanli in the Suis Xian, Zuananlang, it, for this Venerable Xianlang to be able to escape from the pursuit of Juelong City. His strength was not simple and should be at the peak of grade 6. If he could grasp the complete true dragon sword intent and enter the inner sect, his strength would instantly enter grade 7. At this realm, there were very few people in the world who could do anything about it, amongst which the Wind Cloud Dragon Sword hid a top movement technique in the world, instantly covering 1,000 miles, changing unpredictably. When it was used, even grade 8 experts would find it hard to track it. However, not long after, this person was killed by the people of Juelong City. However, no matter whether this fellow walked the right path or used some unorthodox method to enter, it wouldn't have been easy. Walking casually, this time Zhong Shou headed straight for the stone room. This cave was also extremely narrow. It was only 50 feet wide from north to south. However, on the 2 walls, there weren't any remnant sword sentences or abstract drawings. Instead, there were 28 people, all in the image of a middle-aged man holding a sword. The sword in his hand had a few dotted lines which represented the trajectory of the sword. On his body there were tens of red dots which were the important acupoints of the body. There were also tens of green arrows spread out within, marking the energy circulation techniques when using the sword. Zhong Shou took a look and laughed out loud. 28 diagrams, only 18 of them were real. It was indeed the most crucial part of the 9 true dragon sword intent. It was similar to what he had predicted. Only the energy circulation method was slightly different. Zhong Shou had a dual meridian body and cultivated the world's shocking true energy. Most of the cultivation methods in the world were useless against him. Luckily, he had accumulated a lot of martial arts in his last life, and was able to modify and change these cultivation methods to suit his special body type. Looking up into the sky, only to see that there were also human-shaped diagrams. The man held the sword and danced, the true chi flowing in his meridians were all drawn on the diagram. At the start, Zhong Shou only wanted to find the most crucial part of the 99 Long Ying sword to restore the entire sword technique. However, after taking a look, he couldn't shift his eyes away. Instead, he sucked in a cold breath, his eyes staring right at it, unable to shift away. The diagrams above not only described the true secrets of the 99 Long Ying sword. There was also that Long Ying old man's thinking about the pinnacle of the sword path. The deduction process of combining the 9 completely different true dragon sword intents into one was recorded in the book. There were as many as 9 of the middle-aged man's diagrams in this room alone. As for the other parts, this small stone room couldn't fit them, so they continued to extend inwards until they reached the tunnel outside. Zhong Shou took in a deep breath, following these diagrams as he walked inwards. These diagrams, in the eyes of others, would be ignored. Only Zhong Shou didn't. Instead, his heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Merging the 9 types of true dragon sword intents to create the 99 Long Ying sword technique. This Long Ying old man's attainments in the sword path had reached the peak. The thoughts of merging the 9 types of sword intents into one caused huge waves in his heart. To him, who was determined to merge all the swords of the 100 schools of thought into one, every picture on the wall of the cave was extremely precious. It could help him avoid taking many wrong paths, and he had many ideas to learn from. In just a short period of time, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. Ideas that he had never had before continuously surged into his mind. Even the core of the 99 long-ing sword technique could be used directly as the skeleton of the entire One Origin sword. There were a total of 49 diagrams of the middle-aged man dancing. The last one was the true Heart Sutra of the 99 long-ing sword. Naturally, this sword technique, which was at grade 10 Saint Spirit level, definitely wasn't so simple. All the diagrams and sword marks on the lower layer were just the most basic parts of the sword technique. The highest was only grade 6 peak. Although Zhong Shou could raise the 9 types of true dragon sword intents to the sword intent level, it was only limited to that. To truly obtain the legacy of the longing old man, the complete sword intent and 99 longing sword, he had to enter the upper layer to comprehend it. When Zhong Shou imprinted the last diagram into his mind, he coughed lightly, following which he couldn't stop, continuously coughing like his heart and lungs were being ripped apart. In the end, a thread of blood seeped out from his mouth. At this moment, Zhong Shou's face was ashen white. He knew that it was because he was too focused just now. He totally forgot to regulate his breathing and control the true qi in his body. The fluctuations in his mind were too intense, and he used up a lot of energy. Finally, the internal injuries from the intense battle were triggered. He was originally a dual meridian body. A slightly intense battle could cause internal energy to clash, much less such an intense battle. Originally, he was forcefully suppressing it and was prepared to slowly adjust it. However, it seemed like it wouldn't work. From his heaven and earth bag, Zhong Shou took out several spiritual pills and consumed them. Only after a few minutes did the coughing stop. Within his meridians, the true qi which was surging like an ocean was slowly being tamed. What was surprising was that the lightning-winged yang snake on his arm seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. It was restless, like it was annoyed by something. However, it wasn't a big problem. Zhong Shou heaved a sigh of relief, following which he clenched his fists. No matter what, he had to get this 99 long-ing sword. Looking forward, Zhong Shou was startled. His eyes widened. It wasn't the narrow tunnel from before. It was an extremely wide courtyard. There were mountains and rivers, pavilions and buildings, flowers and grass. At the top, there was a giant bright jade which gave off a warm glow, allowing the plants here to grow. It also caused this place to be like spring all year round. However, in this cave, it was like it was daytime. In front of him was a giant lake. Right in front of him was a cave door. The door was tightly shut. One could see a giant dragon totem with complicated patterns. Zhong Shou took a look, following which his attention was attracted by the 10 over-scattered stones in front of the stone door. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. These small stones were really out of place, following which he suddenly smiled. He knew where those 9 drops of true dragon blood were hidden. Turning around, Zhong Shou turned around and left. Passing through the stone room, he stepped into the maze. Passing through several paths, Zhong Shou walked in front of an everlasting lamp. Looking carefully, as expected, there were some things hidden within. Taking it all out, he saw that within it was a jade bottle. Who knows what was inside? After that, it was a glazed flower cup. Within it were 9 drops of red liquid. They were stored in 9 petal-like liquids inside the glazed flower cup. True dragon blood. With just one look, Zhong Shou knew that this was the blood of a god-beast true dragon from the ancient times. Although the spiritual formation within the glass flower cup covered all its aura and spiritual energy fluctuations. However, the vast and barbaric aura that it gave off couldn't be fake. There are actually 3 drops of giant lightning dragon blood. What luck! Seeing that his natural protector beast, the lightning-winged yang snake, had already pierced out of his arm, Zhong Shou smiled slightly, not hesitating at all as he took out the 3 drops of dragon blood with a slight purple intent, following which, he dripped them into the body of the lightning-winged yang snake. The moment the first drop entered, numerous lightning bolts crazily exploded. The shape of the lightning-winged yang snake also started to change. Chapter 352. All soul beasts before they reached the 5th level were in the form of Yin spirit. Only after grade 7 would they turn into a yang body. The lightning-winged yang snake was different. Since it mutated at the peak of Xian Mountain and became Zhong Shou's natural protector beast, from the start it was filled with yang energy. As long as it had enough external strength, it could reform its body. At this moment one could see bits of flesh and blood being formed within its core. The shape of the snake was also changing. Its head, which was originally round and sharp, started to have horns. It looked even more vicious. A pair of fire wings were also extending. After spreading it out, it was 100 feet. This small cave couldn't even fit it in. Outside of its soul body, it wasn't a pure red color. Instead, many layers of fish scale-like patterns appeared. When the second drop of lightning dragon blood entered, the patterns on the surface of the soul body became more and more obvious. The ball of flesh and blood at the core also slowly spread outward. Many bones were formed. When the third drop of lightning dragon blood was absorbed by the lightning-winged yang snake, the original giant lightning snake had totally turned into a flood serpent shape. At the core, there was a giant lightning flood serpent that was dozens of times smaller. It was only the length of 2 fingers and was pretty much the same as the soul body. It had 2 horns on its head and a beard under its chin. Below there were a few small protrusions. It was like a small snake but had vast dragon aura. Only the pair of fire wings didn't change, there was an additional pair. However, the wingspan was really small, as thin as a cicada's. It was hidden behind the first pair of fire wings. If one didn't pay attention, one wouldn't be able to notice it. Zhong Shou reached out to pinch, only to feel that the protrusions were really hard. They should be the 5 claws of the flood dragon. Its entire body was covered in extremely hard scales. He knew that not only did this lightning-winged yang snake complete its evolution, but its essence also rose and turned into a flood dragon. It also gave birth to a flesh body. Zhong Shoxin was delighted. However, this fellow's evolution was much stronger than Long Rua's black flood dragon. The horns on its head had formed and the dragon claws had appeared. It was just a few steps away from turning into a dragon. Compared to that black flood dragon, it wasn't on the same level. His natural protector beast could actually be treated as a baby dragon. However, even though this snake had already transformed into a WRM, it still retained a portion of the ancient winged serpent's bloodline, and it was unknown if this was a blessing or a curse. The fiery winged serpent was also one of the ancient divine beasts. It was once regarded as the incarnation of the sun by some people. The yang power in his bloodline and the lightning flood dragon were compatible and didn't conflict with each other. Thunder-winged flood dragon? Could it be that there's going to be a new species in this world? As he was mocking himself, Zhong Shou's heart suddenly moved. He felt that the giant dragon was turning its head and staring at him. Looking carefully, one could see that there was a spirit in her eyes that hadn't been there before. After a short while, the thunder-winged flood dragon seemed to have used up all of its strength in the process of leveling up and was extremely tired. The flood dragon's body and soul all returned to Zhong Shou's right arm. It still didn't take up much space, but there was a tattoo on Zhong Shou's arm. It looked just like the thunder-winged flood dragon. It was extremely agile, as if it could come to life at any time. Zhong Shou sensed that the thunder serpent had fallen into a deep sleep. Who knows how long it would take for it to wake up? However, he still couldn't help but feel delighted. This was a grade 7 spirit beast, a thunder-winged flood dragon whose combat strength was close to a god beast. Once its body recovered, it would be even stronger. With this natural protector beast, he could do whatever he wanted in Donglin. Even if he faced those grade 7 experts, he would have the ability to go up against them. At this moment, even if this thunder-winged flood dragon was still sleeping, he should be able to use a portion of its strength. With just a thought, Zhong Shou could feel threads of lightning power coming out from the body of the thunder-winged flood dragon in his right arm. The amount was 3 times that of before it leveled up. It was also much purer. Power's improvement meant that the essence of the lightning power had changed. There were still 6 drops of blood on the glass flower cup. This time there were 3 different types of true dragon essence blood. There were 2 drops of each. Zhong Shou didn't hesitate to drip the 2 drops of giant platinum dragon blood into Little Gold's body. However, this ball of jelly, apart from twisting intensely, there weren't any other changes. Zhong Shou could feel that the 2 drops of essence blood were hidden in its beast crystal and were being swallowed and digested bit by bit. Its source was also strengthening bit by bit. Zhong Shou didn't bother. The god beast Wanxiang was the only god beast in the ancient times that didn't have an original form. It pretty much didn't reject the bloodline of any beast and could merge the source of all god beasts into its body. This was why the god beast Wanxiang was able to be ranked 5th out of all god beasts. It was above most god beasts and had a venerated position. However, its grade was still too low. To totally merge these 2 drops of true dragon essence blood, it needed a large amount of time. As for the last 4 drops, one was from the mysterious Een giant dragon and the other was from the yellow giant dragon. Both types of dragon blood had their own special abilities. This time Zhong Shou hesitated slightly. In the end he still summoned the One Origin sword from his soul ocean from the back of his head. Then, he gritted his teeth and dripped the 2 drops of yellow giant dragon essence blood onto it. In the next instance, this illusionary spirit sword was an intense monster emperor. Zhong Shou didn't dare to waste any time, hurriedly sending the sword back into his soul ocean. With that unknown 9-story giant tower suppressing, the sword body of the One Origin sword that was close to breaking instantly stabilized. The sword body was changing. The dragon patterns became clearer and the color turned bright yellow. Then, the last bit of fluctuation finally stopped. Only then did Zhong Shou split out a portion of his consciousness to take a close look. He noticed that the One Origin sword's aura seemed to be even more vast. The strand of King Dao energy within his body seemed to have stabilized as well. The yellow giant dragon carried the thick virtue of the earth and was the best item to carry dragon energy. Zhong Shou tapped it in. In the future, even without the 9-story tower, he didn't need to worry about the expansion of the dragon energy. However, this item could nurture and strengthen the dragon energy, such that the dragon energy wasn't something he couldn't rely on. There were still 2 drops of mysterious Een giant dragon blood left. Zhong Shou directly tossed them into his heaven and earth bag. As for the remaining white jade bottle, Zhong Shou opened the cork and instantly smelled a slightly fishy medicinal fragrance. Dragon blood body training pill? This was a really good item. Juelong City had killed numerous dragon race members over 10,000 years. Using dragon blood to refine pills, the dragon blood body training pill was one of them. It was only a grade 4 pill and wasn't much stronger than the spiritual pills that Xianyuan Iran refined. However, since it was dragon blood, naturally it had its miraculous effect. After consuming it for a long time, not only would one obtain dragon power, but there were even legends that one could obtain several abilities of the dragon race as a human. What was even rarer was that there was a huge amount within the bottle. Shaking the bottle slightly, one could deduce that there were at least 200 of them within. Zhong Shou laughed, casually tossing a dragon blood body training pill into his mouth. The taste wasn't much. It wasn't as sweet as the spiritual pills that Xianyuan Iran refined. Instead, it was bitter and fishy, extremely disgusting. However, after consuming it, his entire body felt like it was in a furnace, like it was about to spontaneously combust. Zhong-Shou didn't care, looking at the other 2 items in his hand. Within the lamp there were a total of 4 items. Apart from the jade plate and the glass flower cup, the rest were a spiritual artifact and a talisman. One of them was a cone-shaped item. The dark red color seemed to be the condensation of countless dragons' blood, completely covering its original color. This is the dragon-breaking cone? Zhong-Shouxin was shocked. This item was really famous. Legend had it that there were only 3 of them in the world. It was only a grade 8 spiritual artifact, but it specialized in breaking the various abilities and body-protecting energy of the dragon race. In the God Emperor game, the ice hornless dragon that poisoned the water fairy lake was heavily injured by this item. Then, it was surrounded and killed by close to 10,000 players. A light flashed in his mind. Zhong-Shou finally understood how Venerable Xianlang entered this maze that no one could enter. So, he borrowed the strength of this cone. Long Ying used the true dragon sword intent to lay down restrictions. With this dragon-breaking cone, it could be broken. However, why did Xianlang leave this dragon-breaking cone here? Could it be that this fellow has no intention of ever finding this treasure again? Zhong-Shou hurriedly looked at the latter item. He felt that it was definitely the crux of it. On the talisman, thick spiritual energy flowed. One couldn't see its specific grade. The runes weren't of the commonly seen types in the world. Zhong-Shou looked carefully, but he could only recognize a small portion of it. However, behind the talisman, there was a piece of paper with a line of words written on it. 26 years ago, I was lucky enough to be gathered by the elders to work together to kill Dragon Spirit Fairy. Who knew that after seeing her, I fell in love with her. I missed her for 20 years, unable to control myself. 3 years ago, I heard that the city lord was refining this Taishan heart-locking soul-settling talisman to capture Dragon Spirit Fairy. I couldn't bear to see her trapped and didn't have much time left, so I decided to betray her. The words behind were really complicated. The rough idea was that Xianlang couldn't bear to see the person he loved being controlled as a dragon's servant. Which was why he swept this talisman and the 9 drops of true dragon blood away along with tens of spiritual artifacts. He also said that if people in the future could see this item here, they would be able to obtain the legacy of old Long Ying. He definitely wouldn't let these items fall into the hands of Juelong City. After that, it was a long speech. He mentioned how much he loved that dragon spirit fairy, and how he missed her day and night. In short, it was extremely disgusting. Heart-locking soul-settling talisman? Zhong-Shou looked at the talisman in his hand. He still didn't recognize most of it. However, since he already knew the specific use of the talisman, he could deduce a few of its mysteries. A moment later, Zhong-Shou's expression changed. Holding the talisman, he actually trembled slightly. He was sure that this talisman was above celestial grade. Moreover, the way it was refined was really special. In the next instance, Zhong-Shou suddenly heard a delighted laugh from not far away. Amusing, amusing. Amusing that Juelong City calculated so much but in the end, they were like headless flies. Amusing that Lingyun sect Long Rua spent so much effort but returned empty-handed. The treasure left by Venerable Xianlang still ended up in my hands. The voice was really familiar, wasn't it, Jin Buhui? Chapter 353. At the waist of Dragon Gathering Mountain, when the inner and outer gates were locked, there was no one left. This place was already empty, and only a few Stage 8 powerhouses remained outside the door. However, they had no intention of leaving, each choosing a place to sit down. Some closed their eyes and meditated, some looked at the cloud ocean below, deep in thought. Their expressions were all different as they waited quietly. However, moments later, this peace was broken. A beam of red light suddenly descended from the sky. The speed was so quick that it was shocking. Just as it appeared in the horizon, in the next moment, it was already on the peak of the mountain. It was a teen dressed in red, holding a red umbrella. She stood in the air, squinting as she looked towards the inner gate. Taiyuan Fairy? Xian Taiji was the leader of the group. At this moment, his eyes squinted, carefully sizing up this teen who had become famous in just a few decades. He then bowed and said, "Taiji greets Water Fairy. May I know why Fairy has graced this place with your presence?" Strictly speaking, the two of them were of the same generation. However, apart from seniority, cultivators respected the strong. This Shui Lingbo used a short 30 years to reach a realm where she could stand on the same level as the peak experts of the world. She far exceeded people of the same generation, so he couldn't help but respect her. At this moment, the few grade 8 experts all looked over. He was curious, but he was also on his guard. Shui Lingbo didn't bother, her brows furrowing as she thought about it before shaking her head. "No, I only came for one person. That fellow is from the same sect as me. Who knows what might happen this time? Which is why I came over early in case he gets bullied." Then, she looked at the wary expressions of the people and laughed coldly. "Don't worry, your so-called direct disciples aren't even in my eyes. I wouldn't travel thousands of miles to find this place for some small fish and prawns." Xian Taiji heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that she wasn't, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stop her. He also knew that although this Shui Lingbo came from Song Xingdao Taiyuan sect, she was a person of her words and didn't care about lying to others. His expression returned to normal, and he laughed softly. "Fairy, you're exaggerating. We are the ones who aren't." Then, Taiyuan Fairy most probably came for Zhao Yanran, right? Her talent is amazing and her cultivation is godly. Seven Spirit Sect has found a good disciple this time, and she will be able to continue the legacy. How can it be Yanran? You don't have to praise her. Although that kid is talented, she can't cause any problems. If anything happens to her, her seniors will help her. Why do you need me to come? As she said that, her expression was really depressed. This fellow is someone I don't want to meet in my life. As he spoke, he sighed inwardly. That way Sue really deserved to die. It was one thing for him to snatch her away. But why did she want him to join the second-generation disciple? Before this, she thought of herself as an elder, but now she had to call him great senior master. Wasn't that annoying? Xian Taiji instantly exclaimed, not knowing what was going on. Shui Lingbo wasn't willing to speak anymore, her brows rising up coldly as she mocked. "To think that you all are so lucky. It is just a small dragon-gathering mountain, the legacy of Long Ing Martial Saint. However, for 10,000 years, no one was able to take it down. The sects of Donglin Cloud Continent are just too useless. This time, I wonder if all of you are confident? Now that the spiritual wave is so strong, it can shorten the time it takes for the mountain to open. However, the next time it opens, it will still be 20 years later. Do you all want to wait for the God Emperor to appear and snatch the legacy?" As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the few 8th-stage powerhouses in the surroundings changed, and they were filled with anger and indignation. Xian Taiji's face also turned slightly red. Although Haoshuan Sect's foundation was in Donglin Cloud Continent, Shui Lingbo's words also swept him and Haoshuan Sect into it. However, if there wasn't a need, he wasn't willing to easily offend this woman. He could only frown. Fairy's words are too much. Xian Taiji is ashamed. 100 years ago, I entered the lower region of Dragon Gathering Mountain and comprehended a little. This Long Ying's martial path is indeed mysterious and indiscernible. Taiji is ashamed. After 10 days, I only comprehended 11 sets of sword drawings. Based on what I know, even if one is talented, one can only understand 13 sets of sword drawings. Shui Lingbo instantly burst out laughing. In the next instance, she heard Lingyun's sex Ling Lai open his mouth solemnly. 200 years ago, Ling Lai was also fated to enter and was able to see the martial saint image. He entered the upper layer of the inner sect and comprehended a lot. After cultivating for 70 years, he was finally able to enter the body-forming realm. However, at that time, he had a feeling that no one in the world would be able to fully comprehend the martial saint image in a short 10 days. Old Man Long Ying's 9 true dragon sword was something that one didn't even need to think about. To be able to obtain 1 or 2 martial path essences was already not bad. If I may be so bold, Taiyuan Fairy's martial arts talent is undoubtedly the best in the world. However, to obtain the legacy of this martial saint, one would have to return in failure. The other people all nodded their heads slightly, obviously agreeing with what he said. Another old man touched his beard and smiled bitterly. I have also gone to the other ruins left by the ancestors tens of times. A long time ago, I felt that Dragon Gathering Mountain was different from other places. It was said that when Old Man Long Ying left the Cloud World, he didn't have any intentions of staying. However, due to his good friend persuading him, he left the 9 true dragon sword techniques and a portion of the 9 shadow dragon sword in his secluded place for others to comprehend. However, due to anger in his heart, the conditions to comprehend the 9 types of true dragon sword intent were extremely strict and difficult. Only then did Shui Lingbo's brows furrow, half believing and half doubting. Thinking to herself, was this Dragon Gathering Mountain really so amazing? Following which she thought back to Zhongshou. If that was the case, then that fellow wouldn't be able to obtain the legacy of Old Man Long Ying. It seems like this time she came for nothing within the maze of the outer sect, located in a cave in the southwest direction. Yan Feibai's brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the stone wall in front of him. It was extremely smooth and also extremely tough. Just now, he punched out with a few 100,000 kilograms of strength but was unable to shake it at all. It didn't look weird, but Yan Feibai had stood here for half a day. Behind him were a few Lingyun sect disciples. Their cultivations were mostly a grade higher than Yan Feibai's. However, their expressions were solemn, not showing any unhappiness and not saying a single word. Before this, wasn't it a little too much in the outer sect? The person who spoke had a soft voice. It was Gohan Yun. At this moment she said expressionlessly, "No matter how ignorant you are, you should know that those words are really hurtful." "You've finally asked this question." Yan Feibai was expressionless, still looking forward like there was a flower growing on the stone wall. This person trashed his own cultivation. It is obvious that he already has thoughts of giving up. He probably came to this Dragon Gathering Mountain hoping for a small chance. If I didn't do that, how would I be able to provoke him? In Donglin Cloud Continent, there are only 3 to 5 people who can be opponents in my eyes. Without this one person, it would be a little boring. Has your stomach full of anger dissipated? Gohan Yun was so angry that she laughed. Who is angry with you? I just feel that your 10-year agreement is a little too arrogant. In my eyes, in less than 3 years, Zhongshou will be able to beat you. As expected, women in love are all brainless. However, that's true, the more time passes, the bigger the gap between us. 10 years is indeed a little unfair. Yan Feibai finally turned his head, his voice solemn. Instead of thinking about this matter, why don't you help me think of a way to open this tunnel? This concerns Senior Master Long's Black Flood Serpent. It is a huge matter to our Lingyun sect, and can't be delayed. Tisk. This martial saint intent is blocking. Apart from waiting for the last few days when the restrictions weaken, I can't do anything. What can I do? She scoffed coldly in annoyance. Gohan Yun didn't doubt that this stone wall was the entrance to that empty region. Just as she was deep in thought, Gohan Yun suddenly had an idea. She turned her head and smiled. We probably don't need to wait. With these 2 people, we can break this seal. Only to see that in the distance there were 2 petite girls who were walking over. The one in front was Zhao Yanran, the one behind was similarly petite, her face like that of a celestial, it was Xian Yunlan. Pretty much at the same time, similarly in the southwest direction of the lower layer, within the deeper maze. What was that saying? No matter how cunning you are, you still have to drink the water that I, Jin Buhui, wash my feet. True dragon essence blood, you can't buy it even if you want to. The voice was really familiar, wasn't it Jin Buhui? Muttering to himself, he was filled with glee. In just a moment, he turned the corner. Then, when he looked at Zhong Shou, he was startled on the spot. Zhong Shou laughed, calmly blowing the talisman in his hand. Then, he carefully hid it into his heaven and earth bag, saying expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, Zhong Shou has already taken that what true dragon blood." Unfortunately, Brother Jin came a step too late. Jin Buhui's face instantly turned red and then green, green and then white. In the end, he opened his mouth with much difficulty. What was that talisman Brother Zhong was holding in your hand? Was it left by Venerable Xianlang? What grade was it? That talisman? I heard that it was called the Taishian Heart-Locking Soul-Settling Talisman, made by Juelong City. Zhong Shou said while acting like he was thinking, as for the grade, I don't know. I only know that this talisman is above celestial grade. Celestial talisman? At this moment, Jin Buhui had the urge to spit out blood. If he knew that this was the case, then why did he split up? Following Zhong Shou, he could more or less get a share of it. Then, he heard Zhong Shou ask curiously, "Oh right, how did Brother Jin enter? Did you comprehend 9 types of true dragon sword intent?" "What true dragon sword intent? I used close to 10 grade 8 intent-breaking talismans, what a loss!" Jin Buhui couldn't help but scold out, following which he had an idea. True dragon sword intent? You comprehended 9 types of true dragon sword intent. Chapter 354. True dragon sword intent? You comprehended 9 types of true dragon sword intent before coming in? Zhong Shou knew it wasn't good when he heard that. He was shocked in his heart that Jin Buhui was really willing to spend money. 5 grade 9 talismans were pretty much the same price as 500 grade 7 beast crystals. That intent-breaking talisman was even rarer in the world. To think that this fellow would use it all here. He wanted to use words to cover it up, but thinking about it, Zhong Shou decided to be honest and not hide it from him. He shook his head. "Although I have some money in my hands, I am not as generous as you. As for grade 9 talismans, there is no place to buy them. I can only use such a dumb method to follow the long-ing old man's rules and walk in. This true dragon essence blood is actually a surprise." Jin Buhui sucked in a cold breath, looking right at Zhong Shou. A short while later he said word by word, "Zhong Shou, I notice that you are really sick in the head. Do you know how many of the 9 types of true dragon sword intent my senior brother Xian and master comprehended?" Zhong Shou wasn't interested at all, still carefully observing the lamp. Jin Buhui was helpless and could only continue, "My master and senior brother Xian only comprehended 5 types of true dragon sword intents. I'm better than them by a little, but I only have 6 types of martial arts, that's all. You are just 14. How can you comprehend all 9 types of true dragon sword intent? You are really sick in the head." "That's right, Zhong Shou, you are lying to me, right? There are many people in the world who are more talented than me, but to be so much higher, that is a little too much. Lie to you." Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. "If you say so, then so be it." While he spoke, Zhong Shou's eyes shone brightly. Under the lamp, he took out 7 golden needles as well as a small porcelain bottle. These things were really well hidden behind the lamp and stabbed deep into the stone wall. The spiritual energy fluctuations were also covered by the long bright lamp, which was a spiritual artifact. If one did not pay close attention, it would be almost impossible to see it. Fortunately, He had seen all kinds of things when he was searching for treasures in those dungeons in his previous life. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be careless and miss out on the true dragon essence blood after obtaining it. He laughed coldly in his heart. This Xianlang Jinren was really scheming. He guessed that the dragon spirit fairy might really be one of the reasons why this person betrayed Juelong City, but it definitely wouldn't tempt this guy to take such a risk. If nothing went wrong, the thing within the bottle was the true reason why Xianlang betrayed Gantian Mountain. Moreover, in this person's heart, he most likely felt that the value of these 7 golden needles and the porcelain bottle was above that of the true dragon essence blood. Although he didn't know what these things were or what they were used for. However, Zhong Shou was still happy. He waved the needles and bottles in front of Jin Buhui and said, "Brother Jin wouldn't want to share these things with me, right?" Jin Buhui was almost about to cry. His round and plump face was scrunched up like a bitter gourd. He forced a smile and said, "How could that be? Didn't I say that I don't want to snatch other people's fortuitous encounters?" He was so regretful that he wanted to beat his chest and stomp his feet. Thinking about the things within the bottle, they were definitely far above that of the true dragon essence blood. In the past, it was always him, Jin Buhui, who ate alone and made others envious, who knew that today he could only look on as Zhong Shou kept all these treasures one by one. The corner of Zhong Shou's lips twitched. He didn't ask any more, keeping these few things. Then, he turned around and left without any reluctance. There was nothing suspicious about this place anymore. Even if he missed out on something, it would be limited and he didn't need to spend effort to search for it. Jin Buhui followed behind and probed, "With such treasures on you, aren't you afraid that others will snatch them?" "Forget about others, I think that Juelong City won't let you off. Lingyun sect people are also searching for the true dragon blood. However, why don't you share some of it with me and let me share the cause and effect?" "Share some with you?" Zhong Shou was in deep thought. Then how about these 2 things? The things he took out were the dragon breaking drill and dragon blood body training pill. Jin Buhui was speechless, directly shutting his mouth. "Treat it as if I didn't say anything." Things like the dragon blood body training pill, Haoshuan sect had as many as they wanted. As for the dragon breaking drill, he didn't think about going against those dragon race people. What was the use of that item? Zhong Shou had expected that, breaking out into a laugh and casually taking out a dragon blood body training pill. With a crunch, he swallowed it into his stomach. The energy in his body, the fire and water spiral energy were still clashing with one another. Consuming this pill, although his body felt like it was on fire, it made him feel less pain. At that moment, Zhong Shou's expression changed slightly. Just as he was about to listen, a pair of fox ears suddenly stood up from his hair and listened to the surroundings. All of a sudden, Zhong Shou didn't have time to bother about the changes in the monster body, his eyes slowly turning serious. He could hear that hundreds of feet away, a group of people were walking over. As long as they turned a corner, they would appear in front of them. There were a total of 14 of them. When they walked, they were pretty much silent. Their auras were all hidden. Zhong Shou noticed the arrival of this group of people from the changes in the dust in the air. Pretty much without hesitation, Zhong Shou tossed out 2 mind stones and talismans, allowing them to fall to the ground. Following which he pulled out his sword, his entire body turning into a swift shadow. Like a cloud or a fog, it silently pierced towards the corner 20 feet ahead. It used all the strength in its body to move forward. Jin Buhui also sensed the group of people who were walking over. However, he was just focused and wary. At this moment, he was totally shocked. He didn't expect Zhong Shou to attack before both sides even met so decisively. In the next moment, he saw a middle-aged man in a black robe walk out from the corner without any preparation at all. Zhong Shou's body sped up once more, not bothering to hide his aura. Purple lightning exploded around his body, following which a sword light flashed and blood splattered. Energy swallowing. Heaven swallowing energy conversion, absorbing all the vital energy and essence energy of this person into the sword. Following which Zhong Shou didn't stop at all, his sword flying across. Just as this group of people were caught off guard, he used the sword in his hand to kill 3 more people. Following which his body was as swift as the wind as he retreated backwards. Pretty much at the same time, a series of explosive shouts sounded out from the group of black shirt men. Blade lights flashed, some were summoning protector beasts, casting spells to buff them, some were chasing swiftly, their expressions vicious. Zhong Shou held his sword and slashed, instantly smashing away hundreds of hidden weapons that were shooting over like a storm. He consecutively slashed several times, forcing away those few blade lights that were inches away. Only when he retreated 180 feet away did Zhong Shou suddenly give up on his sword, allowing the lightning-winged sword to circle around his body. A cold glow flashed in his eyes once more as he chanted out a true chant. Within a radius of 10 feet, countless explosions suddenly rang out. Balls of fire enveloped the entire cave. A gust of chaotic wind blew from behind. Zhong Shou stopped himself from retreating. Then, along with the wind behind him, his body once again accelerated to the extreme, crazily stabbing forward. Pung! A fist smashed out, clashing with the blade light opposite him. A full 4 Xuanwu Zhong Shou's vital energy and essence energy exploded out at that moment. The strength of Zhong Shou's fist also increased by 100 times. Just one fist and the few weapons in front of him were all smashed apart. The remaining strength didn't stop there, even smashing the chest of a Xuanwu ancestor behind him into pieces. That hand opened up, grabbing onto the flesh and blood of that person's dantian. He clenched, blood splattering out. Another vast amount of essence energy surged into Zhong Shou's arm. Zhong Shou's other fist also punched out at that moment. Numerous lightning glows flashed on his left arm, following which there was a giant explosion. Instantly, the flesh and blood of another person exploded into pieces. 200 feet of land, a total of 3 steps, punching out 3 times. Each fist would cause a Xuanwu ancestor to be smashed to pieces on the spot. For the last 4th fist, Zhong Shou only felt a similarly strong rebounding force strike him from his right arm. Instantly, he focused and knew that the person in front of him was no weaker than Yu Guanyun and Xue Shuifan. The bones in his body gave out cracking sounds. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed, directly directing this huge strength into his external bone. This lightning-traversing Type 3 that was just made a month ago was instantly smashed to pieces. Zhong Shou didn't care at all, looking on as the person opposite him was smashed 100 feet away by the strength of his fist. His body continued to speed up as he charged into the group of spirit masters. He once again held onto the lightning-winged sword, the sword light flashing as a few protector beasts were instantly smashed into pieces. Following which a few streaks of blood spurted out. In just a moment, 2 of the 3 spirit masters were dead and 1 was injured. At this moment, the person who was forced back pounced over. He waved a giant iron awl and smashed it down. Who knows how many 100 kilograms it was? The wind that covered the sky struck over. Everywhere the awl passed, even the stone walls couldn't take it, stone shrapnel flying about. Zhong Shou's eyes constricted. Only then did he see clearly that it was a white-haired old man who was 9 feet tall. His gaze was fierce, like he wanted to swallow someone up. At this moment, his sword attack had already ended and his body had nowhere to retreat to. Although his body swallowed some essence energy, facing this giant awl, it was still not enough. This strike would cause him to be heavily injured. Sighing helplessly, Zhong Shou's long black hair broke free from the headband and slowly turned white. Just as a thread of death energy slowly gathered. Zhong Shou's heart moved slightly as he thought back to those patterns and those protrusions. He also thought back to those 49 diagrams. In the next moment, all of his distracting thoughts rose to the surface. There were only 9 dancing dragons circling in the sea of mind. His heart was calm and clear, not thinking about anything. The sword in his hand unconsciously slashed down. In the next instant, a huge dragon's roar was heard from within the cave. That purple sword shadow flashed and disappeared. Wherever the sword light passed, the similarly grade 6 heavy all-spiritual artifact was shockingly split into 2. Even the old man holding the all wasn't prepared, and half of his head was sliced off by this shocking sword light. Jean Buhui, who was behind, was close to suffocating. His gaze was fixed on Zhong Shou, on the 9 giant dragon shadows that were faintly floating around him. Long Ying? Is it really the 99 Long Ying sword? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qigyan. Chapter 355. Long Ying? Is it really the 99 Long Ying sword? The dragon roar didn't calm down for a long time. Within the cave, it was deathly silent. Zhong Shou's long hair instantly turned white. It wasn't the dead gray kind, but the silver white of the sky fox race. Behind his back, 5 fox tails stretched out and danced in the air. On the other hand, that Long Ying was originally illusionary and indiscernible. When the sword light that Zhong Shou raised dissipated, the Long Ying also totally dissipated. Zhong Shou's brows also changed, becoming more narrow and long, attracting one's soul. At this moment, his eyes had turned wine red. As his gaze roamed about, it revealed a ferocious intent, and it also contained an indescribable sense of dissolute and evil charm. When that gaze swept over the remaining 3 people, it was as if they had been struck by lightning. The faces of these 3 Juelong City Xuanwu ancestors all turned purple. However, their feet couldn't move a single step. Their faces were filled with loss, struggle, anxiousness, and fear. Sky Fox monster body! Jean Buhui exclaimed. After a short while, he said in an unbelievable tone, Zhong Shou, you really comprehended the 9 types of true dragon sword intent? You also comprehended the 99 Long Ying sword? He didn't care much about the Sky Fox monster body. With the illusionary ability of the Sky Fox, along with the aura of killing the old man with the drill, it wasn't difficult to temporarily attract the attention of these 3 people. He could even see that there was the shadow of the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword within. Only the 99 Long Ying sword left by the Long Ying old man shocked him the most. This grade 10 Saint Spirit level martial path pinnacle technique was something that hundreds of people in their Haoshuan sect couldn't take down in 10,000 years. Who knows how many talents there were? Just those who broke through the celestial path and left the cloud world, there were 30 of them. He himself had comprehended those diagrams and only felt that they were really mysterious, and it was tough for him to see through them. However, such a sword technique seemed to be right in front of his eyes. He remembered that this fellow had only entered the inner sect for 2 days. Could it be that Zhong Shou had really comprehended the 9 true dragon sword will? Was it true that Master had said that in order to comprehend the 99 Long Ying sword, one must first comprehend the 9 gates true dragon sword? Samuraim's light became even redder as he slashed out with his sword. Sword energy shot out and caused the remaining 3 Xuanwu ancestors of Juelong City to be split in half. However, he only felt that the intent in his heart was extremely violent. He wished he could find hundreds or thousands of people and kill them all. Part of it came from the heavenly fox demon body, while the other part came from another source. Zhong Shou suppressed the anger in his chest, suppressing the boiling, killing intent in his heart. It was only when he discovered something strange in his soul that he was startled awake. The energy-devouring mystic technique didn't just devour qi, blood, essence, and soul power. It also devoured spirit and spirit. Today, along with the previous battle against Shui, Yu, and Xiong, he had used the heaven energy swallowing conversion technique time after time, exceeding the limits of what his body could take. At this moment, the chaotic thoughts that he had absorbed were attacking his mind, causing his killing intent to soar to the extreme in an instant. Even the purified talisman in his soul ocean was unable to evolve in such a short time. His mind was switching between being clear and blurry. His eyes were suddenly fierce and suddenly struggling. Jin Buhue Zhong Shou didn't reply. All of a sudden he didn't notice that something was wrong. He only thought that it was because of the long Ing sword. It wasn't convenient for Zhong Shou to talk about it. He didn't ask any more, only looking at the corpses in front of him. He clicked his tongue. Brother Zhong, you are too vicious. Tens of Xuanwu ancestors actually died under your sword for no reason. If I was them, I wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Zhong Shou took in a deep breath, the wine-red color in his eyes slowly retreating. He also used the chance to talk to Jin Buhue to distract himself. Then are these Xuanwu ancestors from Juelong City? Do you still need to ask? Looking at their clothing, the technique they used just now. If they weren't from Juelong City, I would bite off my own tongue. The scent of these people can be smelled 100 miles away. Since that is the case, then in your eyes, will these people be kind enough to let me off? I have grievances with them long ago. If I don't attack first, am I going to wait for them to attack first and take the initiative? Ah, you make sense. Jin Buhue broke out into a laugh. Although he was from Haoshuan sect, he wasn't a stubborn person. He wouldn't bother about such matters. Zhong Shou was the first to kill people. Although he wasn't a good person, this Juelong City wasn't a righteous person either. They spread out the map of this place to lure others over to help them search for the entrance. In the end, most probably they wanted to kill and steal the treasures. Strictly speaking, Zhong Shou's actions weren't wrong. His gaze finally focused on the old man holding the drill. After thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly laughed. Do you know who this person is? Juelong City's dead man Drill Han Zhong. It was truly a pity that such a character had died here. Don't look at how he looks like he is 50 or 60 years old. Actually, he was poisoned before, which is why he looks old. He is only 30 years old. He is the closest person to Juelong City who has the highest chance of breaking through to the Ascended Realm. He actually died in your hands. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. This name was a little familiar, but he couldn't recall it. At this moment, his thoughts were really blurry and he didn't have time to think about where this person came from. In the next instance, he heard Jin Buhue exclaim, "Oh, there seems to be more people here. This time the problem isn't small." Zhong Shou had heard about it, but this time he didn't take the initiative to attack. The violent killing intent in his soul still hadn't faded. The aura in his body still hadn't calmed down. He wasn't even able to fully absorb the essence energy that he stole from Han Zhong's body. Most importantly, he felt that within this group of people, there was an aura that he was familiar with. In just a moment, another group of people followed closely behind the Juelong City people and entered the alley. 1,000 feet away, they stopped in their tracks. Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan were within. However, the other 10 were Lingyun sect disciples. The one at the lead was Yan Feibai. Zhong Shou raised his head and looked out, following which he gave an evil smile. "Oh, Yanran, Yunlan, you all came too?" Yan Feibai and the others were startled on the spot, their expressions fixed as they looked at the person in front of them. They pretty much didn't recognize that this was Zhong Shou. He stood in a pool of blood, the lightning-winged sword in his hand was still dripping blood. Behind him, 5 silver tails danced, occupying half of the cave space. Each time they danced, large amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy would rise up. Zhong Shou's wine-red eyes made one feel a chill down their spines. Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan were startled, unable to say a word for a long while. The two of them knew that Zhong Shou's martial path was really high. He was pretty much invincible under the Ascended Realm. However, they had never seen Zhong Shou in such a state before. That fierce aura made the two of them think that in front of them was an ancient nine-tailed sky fox that had appeared in the human world. Yan Feibai frowned as he sized up Zhong Shou, following which he looked at the many corpses on the ground. When the corpse of the dead mandrill Han Zhong jumped into his field of vision, Yan Feibai's pupils constricted, revealing a look of shock. "You killed all these people from Juelong City?" Just as Zhong Shou was about to reply, his originally clear mind suddenly fainted and became a little blurry. He could only follow his instinct and say, "That's right." Yan Feibai's expression changed slightly, his eyes still filled with suspicion. "Then the true dragon blood is in your hands?" Zhong Shou smiled when he heard that. "If it wasn't in my hands, why would I need to kill and end their lives?" Just as he said that, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere within the cave had become a little weird. The 10 odd Lingyun sect disciples all looked over coldly with serious expressions. Zhong Shou was jolted awake by this sharp killing intent. The fierce intent that was suppressed in his chest rose up once more. A cold glow appeared in his eyes as he smiled. "Do all of you also want this item?" Yan Feibai's breathing stopped. A moment later, he didn't bother about Gohanyun, who was pulling his sleeves, and nodded his head firmly. "These 9 drops of true dragon blood are really important to my Lingyun sect. Senior Master Long needs this item to let his black flood dragon evolve. This item is useless to you, so why don't you give it to me? My Lingyun sect will remember this kindness. What if I'm not willing to give it to you?" Lightning arcs slowly flashed on Zhong Shou's left arm. The suppression of his killing intent in his heart had reached the maximum. However, his heart was unusually calm at this moment. "Are you prepared to attack and snatch it from my hands?" Yan Feibai's chin rose up when he heard that. His gaze didn't change as he replied without hesitation. "If your highness refuses, Feibai has such thoughts. Your highness is the lord of a city, so why do you need this item? If I have no choice, I can only snatch it from you. This item doesn't have an owner, so only those who are virtuous can have it. Your highness, please cherish your life and give me the true dragon essence blood." Jin Buhui frowned when he heard that, thinking that this was going to be a little problematic. With this Zhong Shou's decisiveness in killing, who knows what might happen. In the next instance, he heard Zhong Shou scoff, following which the white shadow suddenly exploded out, turning into a ball of white light as he charged towards the Lingyun sect people. The 7 Xuanwu Zhong Shou were all prepared. They all hollered coldly as they pulled out their weapons. In an instant, there were numerous blade shadows within the cave. The leader was a tall and muscular man who was around 50 years old. He asked coldly, "Junior brother Yan, may I ask if I can kill this person?" He didn't attack, just leisurely strolling in front of Yan Feibai and Gohanyun, protecting the both of them. Yan Feibai's brows were sharp and cold, following which his eyes dimmed. "This person is asking to die. He has already answered to the various sects of the cloud world. Senior brother Lai can kill him without mercy." That tall and muscular man instantly grinned. "What a kid who doesn't know what's good for him. I want to see how he will kill that damn person." Before his words landed, Zhong Shou's body crossed 100 steps and struck in front of him. Then, a sharp purple sword light was swung out and swept over. Chapter 356. A bright purple light instantly dyed the entire space within the cave purple. Shockingly, it was a lone sword slashing towards him. When the muscular man saw the situation, the mocking expression on his face became thicker. He thought to himself that this Gantian mountain city lord was really crazy? Did he really think that he could go up against 7 Xuanwu ancestors working together? When such a thought rose up, he heard a dragon roar in front of him. Where the sword shadow slashed, all the heaven and earth spiritual energy was pushed aside. Behind Zhong Shou, there were 9 illusionary dragon shadows that appeared one after another. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking really vicious. 2 Xuanwu Zhong Shou were working together to strike out. However, just as they clashed, the weapons in their hands were sliced apart by that sharp sword light. The sword energy chased over, forcing the two of them to frantically retreat. However, they were still unable to dodge in time, blood spurting out from their chests. Luckily, the weapons of the other four people had already struck towards Zhong Shou, causing the sword attack to slow down. Only then did they avoid being sliced into two. However, in the next instance there were a few light ding sounds that sounded throughout the cave, causing one's eardrums to hurt. The purple sword in Zhong Shou's hand retracted and waved, like he was just casually slicing out. Following which 4 pieces of the broken blade flew out, like he was holding a god weapon, breaking the 4 grade 5 spiritual weapons in one sword. His body didn't stop at all as he charged forwards. The 9 giant dragons behind him all roared out like they were affected by Zhong Shou's thoughts, killing intent boiling. Their dragon eyes were filled with a fierce, fighting intent. Is it the 99 long Ing sword? Only now did the muscular man recognize the background of Zhong Shou's sword technique. Instantly he was astonished. Looking on as those 4 people were about to fall under Zhong Shou's sword, he couldn't help but curse. He couldn't help but curse loudly. Suddenly, he swung the 2-foot-long heavy sword in his hand and slashed forward. On one hand, he wanted to save people, but on the other hand, he wanted to stop Zhong Shou's swift figure. The purple sword shadow in Zhong Shou's hand was indeed pulled back. However, in just a tenth of an instant, he slashed out with his sword again. Clang! The third sound of weapons clashing reverberated through the air. However, this time, it was followed by a ing sound. The lightning-winged sword slashed directly into the heavy sword. After which, it cut apart the 5 feet wide blade inch by inch. In the end it was forcefully cut apart. That tall and sturdy man only felt his hand lighten, and couldn't help but be startled. This was a quasi-rank 7 spirit weapon. Compared to the Thunderwing sword in Zhong Shou's hands, it was half a grade higher. His own jinqi was far superior to his opponent's. How could his weapon be so easily cut apart by Zhong Shou? Looking at the 9 giant dragon shadows flickering in and out of existence, was it really the legendary 9 long Ing sword? He was a little distracted, but his body instinctively took 3 steps back. Then, he wanted to hold the broken sword in his hand and sweep forwards once more. Zhong Shou suddenly hollered out, "Scram!" The 5 silver fox tails behind him flung out at the same time, bringing with them vast amounts of spiritual energy as they charged forwards. The tall and sturdy man had just come back to his senses when Zhong Shou's shout caused his mind to go into a daze. In the next moment, he was smacked by the fox tail. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His chest caved in and he was tossed backward. As expected, he rolled out. At this moment, in front of Zhong Shou, only Yan Feibai and Gohanyun were left. The latter's mouth was agape. She didn't have any intention to attack, only a weird glow flashed in her eyes. Yan Feibai was shocked by the series of changes. However, he still managed to maintain some calmness. His face was ice cold. When Senior Brother Lai was smacked away by Zhong Shou, he had already pulled out his sword. He forcefully suppressed the many random thoughts in his mind. When the sword light stabbed out, it was like a cloud, like a mist, like stars in the sky as it scattered forwards. A cloud-light sword intent directly pierced through the brain of the white person opposite him. When Zhong Shou saw the situation, he smiled without bothering, bringing with it a bloody and cruel intent. He also stabbed out with a sword. However, it wasn't the sharpness of the 9 long Ing sword's platinum dragon sword. It was the same as Yan Feibai, ethereal and vast, unable to be grasped. 1 sword turned into 10, 10 turned into 100. Within the cloud-light sword's shadow, killing intent was hidden, extremely sharp. The people around didn't react at the start. Only when Jin Buhui exclaimed and shouted out, "Cloud-shocking god-destroying sword," did they react. The sword move that Zhong Shou used was the sect-protecting technique of Lingyun's sect. cloud-shocking god-destroying sword that could be listed as a Grade 7 legendary sword in the ancient cloud-desolate era? However, Yen Bufan and Zhong Shou didn't care. At this moment, although they were using the same sword technique, the difference in strength was obvious. A series of clanking sounds. Yen Bufan was forced back several steps with each sword. His eyes were filled with confusion, not knowing how he should block. He was also unable to accurately judge where Zhong Shou's true sword body was. The cloud mist covered the two of them within. Faintly, one could hear the sound of countless ice grains flowing within. Every time the sword in his hand clashed, countless holes would appear on it. His spiritual light dimmed, and he lost a lot of energy. He couldn't even hold onto the last sword. He could only allow that Grade 6 spiritual weapon to be flicked away by Zhong Shou's sword. Then, a thin and delicate hand suddenly reached out from the clouds and grabbed his neck. A huge charging force. It brought his body to fly backwards. In the end, there was a loud hong as he smashed into the stone wall at the corner behind. Yen Bufan could only feel that his internal organs were like an ocean being flipped. His limbs were sore and weak, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The huge force from the collision had almost pressed his entire body into the stone wall. His neck, which bore the brunt of the attack, was on the verge of breaking. In the next instant, he felt a chill in his chest, his heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. Zhong Shou's fingers were pressing on his blood vessels. As long as he used a little strength, he could end his life and even break his neck. His heart was filled with shock. This was Zhong Shou? The Zhong Shou that he predicted that even if he could break free from the dual meridian restraints, he could only chase after him bitterly? He had actually lost so miserably. He prided himself on his martial path talents, that no one in the same generation in Donglin Cloud Continent could beat him. In front of this person, he was so powerless, useless. Following which he realized something, Yen Bufan's face flushed red. You dare to humiliate me. Zhong Shou's strength was even stronger. He didn't even use the 9-9 long Ing sword that defeated him in one sword. Instead, he used the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword. As for what it meant, one didn't need to think about it. It was probably to tell him that even if it was the secret sword technique of Lingyun sect, he couldn't compare to him. At this moment, the few spirit masters of Lingyun's sect had already prepared their protective spells. However, they were afraid of breaking the vases and could only look on with dark and sunken expressions. The speed at which Zhong Shou broke the weapons of several people and then captured Yen Feibai was just too quick. So quick that they couldn't react. 5 silver fox tails forcefully snatched half of the heaven and earth spiritual energy here and could interfere with their thoughts. When they were able to cast spells, it was already too late. They didn't even dare to stand too close, all of them retreating into the distance without making a sound. As for the 6 Xuanwu ancestors, along with the tall and sturdy senior brother Lai, they once again stood still. They took out their spare weapons. However, when they looked at Zhong Shou, their hearts were filled with fear. No one dared to attack this fox race teen in front of them. On one side, they were afraid of breaking the vases. On the other side, they were afraid of the sword in Zhong Shou's hand. Just now, the 9-9 long Ing sword technique was just too shocking. No one here had the confidence to be able to receive a sword from Zhong Shou and not be injured. That senior brother Lai rubbed his neck with lingering fear. If it wasn't for Zhong Shou's target, from start to finish, was Yen Feibai. At this moment, his head would have been sliced in half and his soul would have returned to the netherworld. I want to humiliate you. What are you going to do? Don't you want to challenge me? I will use the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword. I won't use a grade 10 Saint Spirit sword technique to bully you. Coldly saying, Zhong Shou paused between each word like it was extremely difficult for him to say. The luster in his wine-red eyes flickered indeterminately. Killing intent surged, his left hand continued to increase strength, causing Yen Feibai to be unable to breathe. You dare to take my things, you really are bold. Today, none of these people can think about leaving alive. The lightning-winged sword in his hand was calling out thirstily, wanting to drink human blood. However, just at this moment, Jean Buhui's voice anxiously rose up from behind. Oi pui! I say Zhong Shou, do you really want to kill him? Although this guy was annoying, it would be troublesome to kill him. Since you wanted to kill him, why didn't you bear with it and let them attack first? At that time, even if it was Lingyun's sect, I could be a witness and make them have nothing to say, okay? When Senior Brother Lai and the others heard that, cold sweat appeared on their foreheads. Thinking to themselves, were these words persuading people? They also felt fortunate that just now it was this Zhong Shou who couldn't keep his cool. If they really waited for them to attack to snatch, this bunch of people would all die under Zhong Shou's sword, dying for nothing. At this moment, there were still a few chances for them to turn the situation around. Zhao Yanran originally wanted to use hidden methods to cause trouble for the Lingyun sect people. Who knew that in a few blinks of an eye, Zhong Shou would use one sword to defeat 7 Xuanwu ancestors and control the situation. At this moment, she didn't even think about how she should help in the dark. She could only sneakily keep the spiritual talisman in her sleeves. Following which she caressed the long hair beside her face, giggling like she didn't want the world to be in chaos. In my eyes, it is best to kill this person. With your identity Zhong Shou, apart from those few hundred people, you can kill anyone else. At most, you can just give up on Gantian Mountain. How can a small Lingyun sect take revenge on you? Xian Yinlan's expression was helpless, viciously staring at Zhao Yanran. Junior sister Zhao, how can you say that? She said softly. Your Highness, please think thrice before you act. If you feel that Gantian Mountain isn't important, then it is okay to attack. However, the heavens are virtuous. In my eyes, this person doesn't need to die. Chapter 357. Jean Buhui was at the back. The more he heard, the weirder he felt. These two women forget about Zhao Yanran. He knew about the personality of the 7 Spirit sect disciples. But why was this Xian Yunlan the same? Although she was persuading, her words seemed to confirm that Zhong Shou didn't need to fear the Lingyun sect. It was like one of the top 10 shrines in the world wasn't much to Zhong Shou. Gohan Yun also felt that the situation was a little weird, but she wasn't able to think about it. She could only bend her knees and bow. Your Highness, please show mercy and let my senior brother go. When Zhong Shou heard those words, his brows rose up coldly. The essence energy that he had absorbed from the dead man's drill's cold end had been almost completely drained by his sword attack just now. The remaining ones couldn't be a problem anymore. It also made his mind clear up a little, suppressing the violent killing intent in his chest. Thinking about it, he remembered that the current Gantian Mountain's foundations weren't stable. The life and death of your tens of millions of monster race members was still uncertain. The heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique had too many flaws. If he continued to kill like this, he would really become a murderous demon. He thought back to the complete cloud shocking god-destroying sword energy in his dantian. Zhong Shou scoffed coldly, finally releasing his hand, saying expressionlessly, I don't need 10 years. If you Yen Feibai are unhappy and confident that you can beat me, you can come and find me at any time. In the next battle, we will fight to the death. Zhao Yanran and Zhong Shou retracted their hands. It was obvious that he didn't want to kill them. She instantly felt regretful. She shook her head, being so wishy-washy. It really isn't like you. Zhong Shou stared coldly at her, following which he felt an evil intent rise up in his soul. He actually had the thought of tying this woman up, hanging her up and viciously whipping her. He chanted a heart-calming chant to stop these evil thoughts. Zhao Yanran's Taoist fetus and devil seed were still in Zhong Shou's body. At this moment, he could also sense part of Zhong Shou's intention. He was stunned. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, took a step back and said, Zhong Shou, you are really abnormal. Even though she was from the Seven Spirits sect, she still felt that it was unbearable. However, in his heart, for some reason, he felt a little excited. Zhong Shou did not utter a word, but he knew it was because of the devouring heaven energy conversion technique. Just now, he did not know who it was that actually had such evil thoughts about Zhao Yanran. That person was absorbed into his divine consciousness by his vitality-devouring technique. It was too evil. He also knew that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. He didn't say anything else, not even bothering about Jin Buhui as he walked towards the stone room that he had already found. At this moment, he wished that the people from the Soaring Cloud sect would be stupid enough to attack again so that he could kill them. Unfortunately, even after he walked tens of steps, the people from the Soaring Cloud sect still had no reaction, just looking on in a daze at the side. Roughly 500 feet away, he heard Yan Feibai gasp as he asked, "Where did you learn your cloud-shocking god-destroying sword from?" Zhong Shou's footsteps paused, his eyes flashing. Then, he continued walking normally, naturally from the sky sword platform, those 18 sword puppets. Originally, if not for him, this cloud-shocking god-destroying sword would have been obtained by Yan Feibai. If not for him caring about that, even if he revealed his identity as the second-generation disciple of Tsang Xingdao, he would kill him. They were already really close to the last stone room. After they arrived, Xian Yunlan, who was in front of Zhong Shou, exclaimed, "This is the place where the 9 types of true dragon sword intents are recorded? Sadly, we were unable to find this place. Our Seven Spirits sect was unable to restore the 9 types of true dragon sword intents. We could only take a portion of the essence and merge it into our sect martial art. Master had entered the outer sect in the past, and had always felt regretful about it." Zhao Yanran looked over with interest. Jin Buhui's face was filled with joy. He took out more than 100 blank sheets of paper and pasted them on the patterns one by one, copying all of the patterns one by one. He didn't even let go of the 49 talismans at the top. He laughed. "Although we are unable to get the true dragon essence blood, these diagrams are worth it. After we print them and sell them, we will be able to get back our capital." Even Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan were tempted. They were hesitating whether or not they should borrow some paper from there or even buy it. Those diagrams obviously contained the mental intent left by Old Man Long Ying. Directly rubbing on the original map, compared to Jin Buhui's second rubbing, the effect was definitely a layer apart. Although these 9 types of true dragon sword intents couldn't be compared to the 9 shadow dragon sword, they were all grade 7 legendary sword technique. Moreover, there were a total of 9 different types. If he could bring them back to the sect, it would be of great help to his sect's martial arts. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh when he heard that. His heart was even calmer. His feet didn't stop at all as he entered the tunnel. A moment later, that giant iron door appeared in front of his eyes. Standing in front of the door, Zhong Shou frowned once more. In front of him, there were only 9 types of true dragon carvings circling on the door. There was no lock and no gap. He didn't know how to open it. He could only stand still on the spot, thinking deeply while trying to purify and adjust the energy in his body to remove the chaotic thoughts in his mind. A full 15 minutes later, Jin Buhui was the first to finish copying and flew over. Looking at the door, he was also shocked. However, what he was shocked about wasn't the door but Zhong Shou. "What a fellow, I finally found the entrance to the upper level. Why are you standing here and not willing to enter?" Zhong Shou's brow furrowed as he asked curiously, "Do you have a way?" That Jin Buhui smiled confidently and then took out a sword from his heaven and earth bag. It gave off a cold glow. Its grade was actually grade 9. He took out several talismans and shook them open. They turned into balls of spiritual light and scattered down, landing on him and the sword body. Jean Buhue waved the sword while saying gleefully, I expected that we would face such a situation, which was why I borrowed this sword from my master. These few talismans are not ordinary and are used to break various restrictions and barriers. I spent a large amount of beast crystals. Zhong Shou's lips curled up. He didn't recognize the other talismans, only noticing that there was a grade 8 spirit restriction breaking talisman and a grade 9 little restriction dragon talisman that was unique to Juelong City. Who knows how many beast crystals this Jean Buhue spent to find it? Only to see Jean Buhue prepare for a moment before slashing towards the door. Following which there was a heavy cling which shook the entire cave. Where the sword light landed, the 9 giant dragons on the door seemed to have come alive. Streaks of spiritual light shot out, converged together, and collided with the sword light. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. Jean Buhue was only able to hold on for a moment before he exclaimed, his entire body flying backward. His arms and legs were waving as he flew 1,000 feet back and fell into the small lake. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh, following which a weird glow flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and slashed out with the sword. When the 9 long-ing dragons appeared behind his back, they instantly slashed open the iron door. This time, the 9 dragon statues on the door didn't react at all. Zhong Shou didn't bother about it, slashing out once more and smashing the door into pieces. Pretty much at the same time, Zhong Shou suddenly felt a weird power spread out from the giant iron door, following his sword body and entering his body. He couldn't help but be startled. This situation was like a year ago when he broke the 18-sword puppet. In front of him was a staircase that led to who knows where appearing in front of his eyes. Just a moment after Zhong Shou left, Yan Feibai, who was lying on the ground powerlessly, felt that the injuries in his body were slowly recovering. Zhong Shou was really heavy, causing his internal organs to shake intensely, pretty much shaking his foundations. However, the injuries on his body were far from the few swords of Zhong Shou which dealt a blow to his confidence. Attacking from his strongest point, a cloud-shocking god-destroying sword, pretty much like playing with him, totally defeating him. It caused Yan Feibai's cheeks to burn, unable to show his face. Be it the changes of the sword path or the comprehension of the sword technique. Zhong Shou was obviously much better than him. His eyes were in a daze as he sat there for a long while. Only then did Yan Feibai's face recover a little, his eyes also regaining some life. Following which he said to another Lingyun sect disciple, "Help me up." The person he instructed was also a Xuanwu martial realm cultivator. He was also much older than that senior brother Lai. At this moment when he heard that, he respectfully helped Yan Feibai up. His face was filled with a relaxed expression. The other few people were also slightly at ease. Before this, what they were most worried about was that Yan Feibai couldn't take this blow and would be totally crippled. Senior brother Lai also looked at the tunnel that Zhong Shou left in, his expression changing. After a short while he sighed and said, "This person is really a monster. Looking at his cultivation, he has just reached the martial ancestor realm. However, when that sword slashes out, any Xuanwu martial expert would die under his sword." Thinking back to just now, he actually shamelessly said that he wanted to kill this person. In the end, his sword was broken and he was injured. He went all out but was unable to block a single sword. Helplessness appeared on senior brother Lai's face. Following which he said curiously, "I really don't understand why Senior Master Long would reject such a person. Keep him outside the door." He had vaguely heard about what had happened a year ago. He knew that it was this person who broke both the Sky Sword and Heaven Talisman platforms in a day. He broke 18 sword puppets in less than 160 breaths. He was also able to comprehend the 99 Long-ing sword in 2 days. Such terrifying talent. In the end Long Ruo appeared and let him go. That was unbelievable. If they could have this person enter, their Lingyun sect might be able to compete with the other few shrines in the future. It is either Senior Master Long is hiding something or there is another reason. Yen Feibai also didn't understand and was in deep thought. In the next moment, he heard Go Hanyun open her mouth. I do know a little. Legend has it that after Senior Master Long met Zhong Shou, he said that he had a remnant soul, barriers from heaven and also dual meridian body. Chapter 358. I do know a little. Legend has it that after Senior Master Long met Zhong Shou, he said that he had a remnant soul, barriers from heaven, and also a dual meridian body. Everyone present was instantly speechless. It was as if they were listening to a fantasy story, and they all felt that it was unbelievable. Remnant soul, barriers from heaven, dual meridian body. How could such a person cultivate and even break through to Xiantian? That senior brother Lai broke out into a laugh. Hanyun, you must be joking. It is already tough for a dual meridian body to cultivate. Along with the other two, anyone could only be ordinary for the rest of their life. How is that possible? Go Hanyun's brows furrowed, and she was a little unhappy, thinking to herself, who is joking with you? Yen Feibai's expression was solemn. Senior brother Long wouldn't lie. It is most probably true. When we fought just now, I felt that Zhong Shou's energy split into two, the energy spiraling. He should have used the spiral energy of ice and fire to deal with the dual meridian body. However, if he wanted to do that, he would have to change his tendons and meridians. As for the barriers from heaven, since he could deal with the dual meridian body and was able to grasp it before Xiantian, with such sword talent, why couldn't he break through? Spiral energy? Isn't that twisting the two meridians into a fried dough twist? How did he do it? Senior brother Lai only felt his head go numb. When one reached the Xuanwu realm, one understood the structure of the meridians like the back of one's hand. He knew that no matter how Zhong Shou did it, he must have gone through huge pain. Moreover, it must have lasted for a few years, like death by 1,000 cuts. Thinking about the other two things, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He thought to himself that this person's determination was unparalleled in the world. It wasn't scary to have talent, what was scary was to have such determination and determination at the same time. It seemed like Senior Master Long had made a mistake this time. If things went wrong, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as the next sect leader. He only dared to think about those words in his head and didn't dare to say it out loud. However, looking at the expressions of the people around, they probably had the same thoughts. He suddenly felt a bit more respect for the person who had just left. Even the anger that had accumulated in his chest had lessened by quite a bit. It wasn't that he didn't hate Zhang Xian, but he knew that he couldn't afford to hate Zhang Xian, nor did he have the qualifications to make an enemy out of him. This person was really AF** King Pervert. There should be no mistake. I underestimated him before. Everyone says that I, Yen Feibai, am the son of heaven. But even if he wanted to shout, it was nothing. Only the word arrogant is worthy of its name. Yen Feibai took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. In short, I, Yen Feibai, am sincerely convinced of my loss today. It is an honor to have such an opponent. Go Hanyun was originally lost in her reverie, a strange light flashing in her eyes. When he heard that, he laughed out loud. That's more like it. Little Yen, how are you doing now? What else can we do? I won't die. Yen Feibai didn't answer curiously, raising his brows. When we return this time, can you teach me how to cultivate? Go Hanyun was immediately stunned and looked at Yen Feibai in astonishment. She knew that the fellow in front of her would rather die than touch those talismans. Yen Feibai knew what she meant. His mood instantly became more and more depressed. Today, he taught me a lesson. Within a few years, I won't be able to catch up to him, but I also don't want to be left in the dust. This kid's cultivation of spiritual cultivation has already reached a really high level. If I don't learn, I won't be able to win. When he said that, Yan Feibai walked out in large strides towards the direction that Zhong Shou left. Gohan Yun couldn't help but be curious. What are you going to do? Do you want to find Zhong Shou to have a battle? The next time you have the intention to attack, I think that His Highness will most likely not hold back. Yan Feibai's footsteps didn't stop, showing no intentions of stopping. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face filled with worry. Naturally, I am going to find Senior Brother Long to tell him not to make more mistakes. Walking up the steps, only to see that at the end was another door. However, in front of the door, there was still a relatively wide space. On the door, there wasn't a 9-dragon picture, but a white-haired old man. His body was upright, giving off a celestial aura. Only his face was slightly weird, his forehead protruding like he had 2 horns. His nose was also weirdly huge, his eyes were like wheels. Luckily, his expression was kind and gentle, smiling as he looked at the few of them. Zhong Shou's brows rose up, knowing that this iron door was something that the 99 Long Ing sword wouldn't be able to break open. However, at this moment, he wasn't in a rush. The Dragon Gate Martial Saint Remnant image would be open for 9 days every year. After 9 days, no matter how much you comprehended, you would be teleported out by the restrictions within. Today was only the night of the 2nd day, delaying a little wasn't much. Looking around, he felt that although this stone room was less than 300 feet, there were mountains and water, pavilions and pavilions. Looking out not far away there was a pool. After Zhong Shou exclaimed, he walked over in large strides. He only felt that the water below gave off a slight chill, it was extremely clear. Zhong Shou used his hand to cup a handful, drinking it into his mouth. As expected, it was cool and sweet, refreshing his heart. After the water entered his stomach, it caused his mind to become much clearer. Even the chaotic energy in his body calmed down a little. Zhong Shou's eyes lit up as he looked into the pool once more. As expected, he saw a white jade lying at the bottom of the pool, giving off a cold glow. It was obvious that it wasn't the ability of the water itself, but after the water was soaked in the jade, it had such an effect. Unfortunately, there were talismans and restrictions around it. It seemed like he couldn't get it. Zhong Shou thought about it seriously, taking a few bottles of water and drinking it without hesitation. Then, he sat beside the pool and activated the heaven-swallowing energy conversion technique. This time, what he swallowed was the clear and cold spiritual energy from the white jade. On one hand, he healed, on the other, he used this item to purify the random thoughts that his soul absorbed. That Jin Buhui frowned as he stood in front of the iron door. This time, he didn't dare to use his sword to slash it. Although he wasn't injured, he did lose a few talismans. He wasn't worried about being injured, but those talismans that were worth thousands of gold made his heart ache. Looking at the door for a short while, Jin Buhui suddenly smiled. Is this what Old Man Longing looks like? In the past, I heard people say that dragons are the most beautiful beings in the world. However, I feel that they are really ugly. So, I guess that the dragon blood monster race wouldn't be much. Today, seeing this one, it really was the case. I think I have to rely on little brother Zhong Shou to slash open this door with one sword. Originally, he was just grumbling out of boredom. However, he didn't expect that the moment he said that, the eyes of the portrait seemed to come alive and looked over coldly, causing him to feel a chill in his heart. However, when Jin Buhui looked carefully at the world, the portrait was calm as usual, there was nothing weird about it. Zhong Shou couldn't help but think about the Yi family sisters. Fei Shuang and Feiyan, those two most probably had dragon blood in their bodies. They were either dragon bodies or monster race that inherited the bloodline of a true dragon. They looked quite good, but in their eyes, these humans that didn't grow horns were also ugly. A moment later, Zhao Yanran and Xian Yunlan arrived. When they saw the door, they were also worried. Working together with Jin Buhui, they thought of all sorts of methods, using all sorts of methods to break the restrictions, but they were still unable to open it. Xian Yunlan was still okay. She was just analyzing the types of restrictions in front of the door to think of a way to break through. Zhao Yinran's side was also as violent as Jin Buhui at the start. She even urged the golden fatty beside her to slash out with their swords. In the end, both of them were in a bad state. This time the counterattack from within the door wasn't as gentle as before. A sword light suddenly slashed out from within the door, slicing off a small portion of Zhao Yinran's hair. Jin Buhui was caught off guard, and a bloody wound appeared on his neck. Just a little more and his head would have been sliced off. His entire body shuddered like he was terrified. In the end, the three of them were all dejected, sitting down beside the pond. This was where the spiritual energy was the most abundant, no less than shrines and spiritual houses. It was best to use it to recover true qi and soul power. Zhao Yanran looked at the pond, her expression filled with annoyance as she sliced off her hair. She said angrily, "Zhong Shou, don't just sit there. We are already here and are just a step away from entering the upper layer. We can't be stopped by such a door, right?" Zhong Shou didn't speak, expressionlessly looking at Zhao Yanran, only to see that this woman was only left with short hair that reached her neck. The left part wasn't even, but it made her look more messy and beautiful, making her look valiant and heroic. He thought to himself that this woman was really blessed by the heavens. No matter what she looked like, she looked good. Unfortunately, her thoughts were too vicious. Jin Buhui touched the wound on his neck, his heart filled with fear as he hesitated. "I think we shouldn't use that forceful attack method. Just now I had a feeling like this old fellow from the sect was a living person." A living person came back to life? Samuraim's gaze suddenly constricted as he looked at the iron door, following which a smile appeared in his eyes. He already knew how to open this door. However, at this moment, the aura in his body still hadn't recovered, so he stopped looking at the iron door. He concentrated on observing his own qi. Apart from the cloud-shocking god-destroying sword intent, there was nothing else. However, that feeling just now couldn't be wrong. There was definitely something that entered his body. If it wasn't in the energy ocean, then was it somewhere else? Zhong Shou split his attention and looked around his 9 chakra meridians. The result was that his meridians were a little different. There were a total of 9 indistinct shadows swimming about within the 9 chakra meridians. 6 of them were indistinct, pretty much undetectable. The other 3 chakra meridians that had merged with the earth veins were clearly visible. However, if one didn't pay close attention, one wouldn't be able to sense it. Chapter 359. What exactly is this thing? Zhong Shou instinctively frowned. Apart from being shocked, he was also a little worried. With his 10,000 years of experience in this era, he was also unable to deduce what these shadows were. Whether or not it was beneficial to his body and what harm it would bring, he didn't know. He realized that what he hated the most in his life was people randomly stuffing things into his body. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou suddenly slashed out with his sword. A giant dragon shadow appeared behind him, where the clear purple sword light passed. A small pavilion not far away was directly sliced apart by the sword energy. In that instance, Zhong Shou's eyes shone brightly. He could clearly feel that when he used this sword technique, the 9 shadows in his body were unusually active. Like there were 9 more cores in his body, moving the energy in his body. Before this, his world-shocking spiritual art and the 99 Long-Ing sword technique had some inconsistencies. Now there wasn't such a problem. Jin Buhui was beside the pavilion. When he saw the situation, he was frightened like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. "Zhong Shou, you want to kill me?" A moment later he reacted. "Zhong Shou, did your 99 Long-Ing sword have some progress?" The two girls at the side were also astonished. Looking at the cut, they realized that the pavilion was made of wood. Inside it was densely patterned star steel that had been tempered thousands of times. Just how sharp would this sword have to be in order to cut through these 6 pillars, which were as thick as thighs and much tougher than a 6th-order peak spiritual artifact? Zhong Shou shook his head solemnly. It wasn't that there was progress, but that the flaws from before were wiped out by this snake-like shadow flowing in his meridians. In the past, his cultivation method and this sword technique weren't polar opposites, like fire and water. However, to use this sword, he needed to consume large amounts of true qi to make up for it. However, today there wasn't such a problem. He didn't need to waste any more energy. The strength of this sword had also increased. From the looks of it, the effect of these shadows was probably good. Moreover, he had no way of getting rid of it at this moment. Then, he took out the small porcelain bottle. He didn't have the time to look at it before. However, when he slashed out with his sword just now, he could faintly feel some restlessness within it. It was as if something was about to rush out from within. At this moment, Zhong Shou couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. After the cork was opened, Zhong Shou sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately plugged the cork back in. At this moment, the 3 people around him all felt the vast and mighty dragon might emanating from within. Jean Buhue already felt that the thing inside was definitely something incredible. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and ask, "What is inside?" "But if it's too expensive, you don't have to say anything." Zhong Shou blinked a few times, then grinned evilly, "A tier 8 dragon soul, and a tier 9 dragon pellet. There's one more thing that I won't mention." When he heard the first 2 sentences, Jean Buhue's expression changed and changed. At this moment, he was filled with so much regret that his heart was about to break. When he heard the last sentence, his heart felt itchy. However, when he said those words, it wasn't convenient for him to ask. This itchy Ziwei wasn't much better than the regret after. Zhao Yinran and Xian Yunlan both sucked in a cold breath. A tier 8 true dragon soul, then when it was alive, it was at least tier 9. Different from normal beasts, this true dragon was listed as a god beast. If it was taken in as a protector beast, it would be the same as 2 to 3 tier 8 expert. It would be of great help to any sect. As for the value of a tier 9 dragon pellet, one didn't need to talk about it. If one could use it reasonably to refine pills, who knows, they might be able to create a few ascended experts. As for the thing that Zhong Shou said that he couldn't mention, its value was hard to measure. Zhong Shou himself was slightly distracted. Weird, why did Juelong City only have so few people follow over? The thing in the bottle wasn't something that celestial talisman of unknown grade could compare to. Even if the Juelong City Lord personally came to search for this item, it would make sense. Was it the item in the bottle? Even the people of Juelong City didn't know about it? The bottle-shaped spiritual artifact in his hand, that looked normal but could actually lock up a true dragon, was thrown back into his heaven and earth bag. Zhong Shou didn't understand no matter how much he thought about it, not bothering to look at those golden needles. When he came back to his senses, Zhong Shou saw that Zhao Yinran was looking at his foxtail with interest. A tender finger reached out like she wanted to touch it. Zhong Shou couldn't help but laugh coldly. "Short hair girl, do you dare to touch it?" He then said to Jean Buhue, "If you dare to touch that piece of jade, don't blame me for not reminding you when you die here." Zhao Yinran didn't know what to do. Moments later, she came back to her senses. Wasn't the short-hair girl Zhong Shou was referring to her? She was instantly furious. Just as she was about to scold him back, she suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was several levels higher than her. In front of senior ancestor, she needed to add 5 more words. Thus, she could only scoff, keeping a straight face as she retracted her finger. Jean Buhue gave out an embarrassed laugh. He also felt that there was a problem with the jade being placed here. which was why he just looked and didn't touch it. Zhong Shou didn't bother about the two of them. He used the power of the white jade to heal half of the injuries in his body. At this moment, his entire body felt refreshed. The chaotic true energy that he absorbed was all expelled. The messy thoughts in his soul were all purified. With a thought, he regained control of the monster body. The fox tail and fox ears were all retracted. He walked in front of the iron door and knelt down. His expression was solemn and respectful as he bowed 3 times towards the old man carving on the door. As expected, in just a moment, the door made cracking sounds and rose up. It opened up an extremely wide space in front of the 4 of them. Zhao Yanran and Jin Buhui couldn't help but have their mouths agape. So the method to open this door was so simple? When Xian Yunlan saw the situation, her face flushed red and she was extremely ashamed. I am ashamed. I only wanted to enter the upper layer to see the true martial saint image. However, I forgot that since we learned the sword technique of this longing old man, we can be considered his disciple. We all comprehended this sword technique and thought that it was natural. We didn't think about respecting the teacher. Zhong Shou stood up and slowly walked in, only to see that the 4 walls were totally empty. One side was especially smooth, a gray-white color. On it, there were some shadows that were appearing and disappearing. There were already 2 people here. They were both 30 to 40 years old and were grade 7 experts that he had seen outside. Looking at Zhong Shou's arrival, the 2 of them were shocked. However, he was only distracted for a moment before he focused all of his attention on the stone wall. They didn't want to miss a single moment, like there was some beauty or treasure on the empty stone wall, deeply attracting them. Zhao Yanran and the other 2 walked in one after another. Then, they heard a series of cracking sounds behind them. The iron door once again descended and suddenly closed. However, no one paid any attention to it. They were all fixated on the constantly changing shadow on the stone wall. At this moment, the 4 of them were unusually silent, like they were paying respect to a saint as they focused on it. Even Jin Buhui, who was the most talkative, didn't make a sound. At this moment, even if one's breathing was slightly heavy, one would feel that it wasn't appropriate and that it was profaning this martial path holy land in the hearts of the people. Zhong Shou also held his breath, looking at the image of a person holding a sword going down, suddenly turning into a dragon shape, and then into a beast shape. Sometimes it turned into an irregular circle, one ring over another. Sometimes it was like stars, densely packed and without any pattern. Zhong Shou didn't know how these shadows looked in the eyes of others. However, in just a moment, he sensed something and directly sat down cross-legged. At the start, it was just some shadows. However, a moment later, he slowly focused, like he was looking at a celestial-level shocking battle during the desolate era. An old man, the appearance of the old man on the door. Using a sword, he was having a life and death battle with a person whose skin was as dark as a ghost and whose body was wrapped in a black mist. Each strike would cause thousands of miles of land to split open, mountains and rivers to shake. And the more he focused, the more he felt that the scenes were real. Some details were extremely clear and appeared in his eyes. This should be a battle when this old man Long Ying was at God Realm. With the experience of the last life, Zhong Shou just needed one look to know what realm the strength of these 2 people were at. In the next instance, Zhong Shou's eyes constricted. He only felt that every time the scenes in front of him became more real, the 2 intense martial path intense clashing would become a little stronger. From his mind, they would surge over. It caused Zhong Shoxin's mind to nearly collapse. He barely supported his mind to finish looking at the scenes of the battle. Only then did the martial path intense of the 2 God Realm experts start to fade. Blood seeped out from Zhong Shou's mouth. Even just now, when he fought alone with Xue Shuifan, the dead man Zhui Hanzhong, and the Lingyun sect people, tens of Xuanwu ancestors, He wasn't injured to the point that he couldn't suppress it. However, the mural in front of him nearly crushed his soul into pieces. Luckily, at the end, when the scenes ended, some flamboyant sword technique words appeared. It was still the same style as when it was below, mysterious and incomplete, making one not know what it was. Following which were some web-like lines and those star dot. They were even clearer than the shadows before. At the start, Zhong Shou didn't understand what it meant. However, after looking closely for a moment, slowly, he felt that these lines and star dots were like a person standing in front of the stone wall, holding a sword and waving it around, continuously stabbing and slashing out. Many beautiful sword arcs, many bright star marks, all reflected in his mind. At that moment, Zhong Shou seemed to have heard a giant dragon roar, roaring and roaring, filled with boiling fighting intent. He hurriedly memorized these sword arcs and star marks. Until a moment later, the scenes in front of him changed. Chapter 360. All of the images on the stone wall had disappeared. All the lights and shadows transformed into a sword light and suddenly slashed out. Then, it was like the entire heaven and earth had turned into a furnace hell, crazily burning. Where the sword light pointed to, it seemed like it could burn everything. Although Zhong Shou was outside of the stone wall, he knew that this was a welcome. He could only feel that his body was burning hot like it was about to burn. His brows instinctively rose up, his heart filled with joy. Before this, the intense battle scenes with the God Realm expert was to display the battle effects of this sword technique. As for the arc of the sword technique and the star mark, it explained how to use this sword technique. As for now, it was that old man Long Ying who was displaying the martial path intent that was compatible with this sword technique. And it wasn't just at the intent level. When this sword slashed out, it had the mysteries of the soul and could peek into the soul. The so-called martial path intent, to a certain extent, was similar to spiritual cultivation. It was comprehending the laws of all things. Then, the cultivator used their intent, mental energy, and true qi to manifest it. At the intent level, one would obtain the true meaning of some law or phenomenon. At the sword soul and sword soul levels, the sword in one's hand would have a spirit. It would have its own soul, its own soul. This was the first time Zhong Shou had seen it today. Someone was displaying the martial path intent of the sword soul level. Compared to the half-baked sword soul and sword soul in the God Emperor game, it was much stronger. That was after all just a virtual world. No matter how real it was, there were many things that couldn't be displayed. This was a true martial saint remnant image. This trip was worth it. After this sword, the scenes returned to the intense battle scenes with the Black Shadow. Zhong Shou hurriedly retracted his intent. He himself didn't have the confidence to be able to survive the next round of demonstration. With the current state of his body, it wouldn't take long for him to totally collapse. When Zhong Shou came back to his senses, he saw that Jin Buhui and Zhao Yanran's faces were all purple. His face was abnormally pale as he sat upright and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. Zhong Shou couldn't help but smile. His cultivation was the weakest, but he had lasted the longest. Not daring to be negligent, he hurriedly swallowed a level 6 injury pill. He then took out the bottle of water from the pool and drank a few mouthfuls. His spirit, which was in incomparable pain, immediately felt much more refreshed as it rapidly recovered. Zhong Shou raised his eyebrows. This pool of water seemed to be exceptionally effective in healing the injuries of the soul. Could it be that the old man Long Ying left it for people like him, who came from the lower levels? In the following 4 hours, Zhong Shou did not dare to waste any time. Until his injuries had recovered a little, he would once again focus his attention on the image on the stone wall. 3 times in a row, he felt that the sword was becoming more and more exquisite. The scene before his eyes was even more realistic. He felt an eagerness in his heart, wanting to execute this sword move. The Long Ing sword had a total of 9 parts, which corresponded to the 9 true dragon sword technique. The old man Long Ing merged these 9 sword techniques into one, but he didn't forcefully merge them all together. Instead, he used their strengths to make up for their weaknesses, strengthening them. It caused the power of each true dragon sword technique to greatly increase. Each sword technique also had 9 moves. The first 8 moves were still within the framework of the true dragon sword technique. Only the final move was truly a fusion of the two techniques. Especially the 81st sword, the 9-9 returned to one sword. The power should be the strongest. Before this, Zhong Shou had only comprehended 1 or 2 sword moves of the Platinum Dragon sword out of the 9 Long Ing sword. At this moment, the stone wall in front of him was displaying the way to practice the Fire Dragon sword. When this sword stabbed out, it would be a vast fire dragon. Within 1,000 feet, everything would become a burning hell, and no one would be able to stay there. Just as Zhong Shou was focused on it, he suddenly heard some noise by his ear. In the past, I always heard people say how magical this martial saint remnant image was. Seeing it today, I know that those words are true. Frowning, Zhong Shou looked towards where the sound came from. He saw that it was the 2 ascended experts who were here before. At this moment, one of them was sighing, comprehending in front of this wall today is equal to 10 years of meditation. Unfortunately, this true dragon sword technique is incomplete. Grade 7 legendary martial arts is a little too low and can't be used as a foundation. If not, this sword would be enough for me to enter the Grandmaster realm. The other person smiled when he heard that. Brother Wei, why are you so unsatisfied? Although we can't cultivate this sword technique, just by comprehending the martial path experience of the Long Ing martial saint as well as the explanation of the sword intent levels, it can help the 2 of us improve by a lot. When Zhong Shou heard that, his heart sunk. As expected, the same martial saint remnant image was different in each person's eyes. In the eyes of these ascended experts, they only saw a grade 7 true dragon sword technique. In his eyes, it was an indispensable part of the 99 Long Ing sword. It wasn't just the level of sword intent, but the soul and body realms of the martial path were almost completely displayed before his eyes. The 2 of them spoke while circulating their energy to heal their injuries. They didn't even need to meditate, their expressions were really obvious. It was obvious that the stone wall didn't have much pressure on these 2 ascended grandmasters. At the start, Jin Buhui didn't care, but slowly he got impatient as he heard that. The 2 of them were distracting him. He turned his head and stared furiously at the 2 ascended grandmasters. Since you have finished looking, why aren't you leaving? Don't stay here and be an eyesore, annoying me. When the 2 of them heard that, they weren't annoyed. The older one, who was around 30, looked at Jin Buhui and laughed. He laughed involuntarily. So it is you, Jin Buhui? Last time you sold me substandard grade 8 spiritual energy, I still haven't settled the score with you. You have the face to scold me. Forget it, I won't argue with you. After saying that, the 2 of them left together. Not long later, they were nowhere to be seen. Zhong Shou only looked for an hour before he stood up. He walked towards the entrance of the stone room. Zhao Yanran had coincidentally woken up from her meditation. She was startled as she asked, "Where are you going?" The moment she asked that, she felt that she was dumb. Even if she used her brain to think, she would be able to guess why Zhong Shou left. As expected, she heard Zhong Shou reply expressionlessly, "I have seen most of this place. Let's go look at the other places." Actually, there were many things that weren't explained, some of the details were still unclear. However, the 99 Long Ing sword had a total of 9 parts, there should be 9 such stone rooms. However, he had less than 7 days, which wasn't much. He could just forcefully memorize the wall images here. If he wasted too much time, he might miss out on some of the other places. When Zhao Yanran heard that, she rolled her eyes and stood up. I will accompany you. Although this flame dragon sword is good, it doesn't fit my personality. She mainly trained in ice attributed true power, and not only was the flame dragon vast sword incompatible with it, it had a vast and righteous intent, and even more so, it was completely opposite to her craftiness. Xian Yunlan's brows furrowed as she stood up. That Jin Buhui also sighed. This sword technique is not bad, it fits the mission of my Haoshuan sect. Unfortunately, metal and fire don't mix. If I train in this sword technique, I won't be able to enter the celestial path in my life. Walking out of the stone room, in front of him was a wide circular hall. There were a total of 10 doors which should lead to 9 stone rooms, as well as the inner sect where the 20 grade 7 experts entered. However, what Zhong Shou first focused on was opposite, at the centermost wall of the hall, only to see that on one side, there was a long ing carved on it. It had 5 claws, its body was covered in clouds. Its head and body were high, giving off a strong aura. However, for some reason, the moment the wall entered his eyes, Zhong Shou had a weird feeling. He felt that the dragon on the wall was incomplete. However, the head and tail weren't missing anything at all. The lines and patterns were also really repetitive. The drawing was really lively, like it could come to life at any moment. Brother Jean, what is this? Zhong Shou frowned and asked. In terms of familiarity with the Dragon Gate, Jin Buhui, who had close to 10,000 years of experience, was much better than him. As expected, Jin Buhui smiled and replied, "Do you think that this wall is a little mysterious?" The earliest few seniors in my sect also had such suspicions. Some people even suspected that this was the general principles of the 99 long ing sword. Because of this, we wasted half a day sitting in front of this wall. In the end, we didn't gain anything. Only after a few generations did we confirm that this thing was just a normal wall. We fell for it. Then, every time the sect sent people in to comprehend it, they would specially instruct us, "Don't be smart and waste too much time here." However, every year there would be some people who didn't believe and insisted on looking. Without exception, they didn't comprehend anything. When Zhao Yinran and Xian Yunlan heard that, they pursed their lips and smiled. It was obvious that they had also heard of this matter. However, although they said that, the 4 of them still stood in front of the stone wall and looked carefully. The mentality of a person was just so weird. Other people couldn't do it, but they might not be able to. A moment later, Xian Yunlan exclaimed, "As expected, it is a little weird. Just now I felt like I was about to be sucked away by the picture. However, when I looked carefully, I didn't notice anything." Zhao Yinran and Jin Buhui exchanged glances with one another and noticed the weird expressions on each other's faces. They all thought to themselves that no wonder those seniors would fall for it. This old man Ing Long was just too cunning. Zhong Shou's expression changed and in the end, he broke out into a laugh. The true picture on the wall was the general principles of the 99 long ing sword. If it was as expected, this should be the only way to comprehend the 99 long ing sword in the upper echelons of the inner sect. It had the same rules as the lower echelons. One had to comprehend all 9 types of true dragon sword techniques to be able to comprehend the true meaning within. However, this picture was indeed incomplete. Just as his thoughts were in a mess, Zhong Shou suddenly heard a shocked exclamation. "Zhong Shou, Zhao Yanran, why are you all here?" Turning around to look, it was Long Ruo. Chapter 361. Within the stone room that Zhong Shou had stayed in not long ago, Yan Feibai looked forwards with an ugly expression. This giant iron door that had no gaps at all blocked the entrance to the upper level. He had arrived here an hour ago. He first chased the tracks and aura of Zhong Shou and the others. However, when he walked through a few alleys, the entire cave was suddenly covered in mist. Illusions were reborn in his mind. Yan Feibai didn't know the reason. However, after going through so much to chase here, he had a rough guess. Along the way, he didn't see any signs of Zhongsho. It was obvious that he had entered the upper level. As for this door, it was tightly shut, making it impossible for anyone to open it. Thoughts flashed in his mind. Yan Feibai didn't hesitate to turn around. Let's go. This path is already blocked. Let's search elsewhere. Gohan Yun was at a loss. As long as we think of a way to open this door, we can enter. You just took a look and are going to give up just like that? A door left by a martial path saint. If he is willing to let us open it, we don't need to spend much effort. If he isn't, even if we try our best, it won't work. He sighed bitterly in his heart. Once this girl was charmed by a guy, her IQ was close to 0. At this moment, one couldn't see the intelligence and elegance that she had before. It was like she was only thinking about Zhongsho. Shaking his head in confusion, Yan Feibai continued to explain. Then on this iron door, there should be a carving that Long Ying made himself. To open it should be really simple. As long as it is someone he recognizes and has the intention to respect him and bow a few times. However, this carving is already broken. It seems like that person isn't willing to let anyone else enter this door. Gohanyun's brows furrowed as she looked closely. Actually, just now she noticed that the carving on the door did have some small marks. She didn't pay much attention to it. Now that Yan Feibai reminded her, she was shocked to notice the meaning within. Her face flushed red and she knew that there was something wrong with her. On the other hand, Yan Feibai's expression was indifferent and he was thinking further. Old man Long Ying destroyed his own portrait. Did he think that he had found the most suitable successor of the 99 Long Ying sword in the cloud world? There was no need to beg him anymore? Even the last stone room was covered by restrictions. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some important treasures of the sect on him, he wouldn't have been able to enter this place. Even so, when he entered the last stone room, it was empty. The stone walls on both sides and even the ceiling of the cave were smooth and neat, while the ground was covered in stone powder. It was as if something had been destroyed. Could it be that old man Long Ying's consciousness had always been paying attention to this dragon-gathering mountain? Was he that satisfied with Zhongsho? That's right, with such a person inheriting his sword art, how could he possibly care about others? That person's talent in the sword Tao was secondary. To be able to bear such pain for so many years and forcefully break through barriers from heaven. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill down his spine and sigh. Thinking about it, Yan Feibai felt his chest heat up and he felt even more anxious and uneasy. He couldn't help but quicken his steps, slowly running with all his might. Gohan Yun cast spells to float into the air and then followed. Are you planning to search for the second entrance? Why are you in such a rush? Senior Master Long is really calm and has his own way of doing things. Even if you don't remind him, he probably won't make any mistakes. Yan Feibai scoffed coldly when he heard that. He is calm but he cares about his face. Zhongsho's matter had to do with the decision of the sect leader-disciple. He also had Han Nishui beside him. Who can predict whether or not Senior Master will do something too extreme? People like Zhongsho can't be easily offended. I alone am enough to have grievances with him. It is best if we don't drag the entire sect into this. He scoffed coldly. If you don't want to become enemies with him in the future and want to talk to him normally, or even snatch his fiancée's love, quickly find a way. Then hurry up and think of a way to help me find those two entrances. I'm not joking. Gohan Yun was shocked, slightly taking in a deep breath before she sped up. She was actually a few times faster than Yan Feibai. Not long after the two of them left, another person appeared in the stone room. He was wearing a Taoist robe. Behind him were a few giant ants half the size of a person flying in the air. Looking at the door in front of him, his brows were tightly furrowed. In the next instance, when he looked to the side at the small pavilion that Zhongsho had sliced apart, fear flashed across his eyes. The cut is so smooth, what a sharp sword. Thinking about it seriously, the Taoist-robed middle-aged man didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. His eyes were filled with a dangerous glow. Killing intent flashed. Zhong Shou, Zhao Yanran, why are you all here? Within the hall above, Zhong Shou looked towards the direction of the voice in shock, only to see a person stepping out from a stone room. It was Ling Yun's sex, Long Ruo. There were a few people following behind him. Zhu Renquang, whom he had seen once in Cloud Saint City, and naturally Han Nishui from Mysterious Cloud Spirit Sect. There was also one more person that Zhong Shou didn't recognize. He also looked young, wearing a blue robe. However, the true qi on his body seemed to be extremely hot. He had only seen such an aura on Xianyuan Iran a few times. However, since she refined the chill spirit mysterious sense pill to suppress it, the situation became much better. Using wood to aid fire, what this person cultivated was the mysterious moon wood brilliance method. At this moment, he was looking over with a dark expression, like he hated Zhong Shou to the core. His eyes were filled with disdain and rage as he sized up Zhong Shou. As for Han Nishui, a sharp glow flashed across the depths of his eyes, killing intent rising. Following which, he seemed to think that the timing of this place wasn't right, suppressing it and returning back to normal. Zhong Shou wasn't willing to bother about the four of them. The general principles here were much more comprehensive than what he comprehended in the lower levels. It was obvious that this 99 long Ing sword was the true complete sword technique. As long as he comprehended and memorized it, when he comprehended the other 8 sword techniques, he would be much quicker. How would he have the time to be distracted by other things? Zhao Yanran couldn't take it, laughing out mockingly. Why are you here? Naturally, you came up from below. Is this your homeland? You can come, but I, Zhao Yanran, can't come? Long Ruo held his breath, following which he gave out a generous smile. Only in the depths of his eyes was a little forced. Seeing that Zhong Shou didn't say anything, still carefully staring at the carving, he couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but feel depressed and also a little shocked. It was okay that Zhao Yanran and the others could enter the upper levels. However, why was Zhong Shou here too? Since he was unable to cultivate, how could he come here in one piece? A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Long Ruo wasn't willing to think about it anymore. He only felt an unusual pressure in his chest. Forcefully bearing with it, his face was dark and sunken as he was about to walk towards another cave. At this moment, the blue-shirt teen suddenly spoke out, "Junior Brother Long, the martial saint remnant image of the inner sect has always been a place that our sects have monopolized. Opening the outer sect to the factionless cultivators is already an explanation, it is also generous enough. Now to let such a person with no sect enter, isn't it a little inappropriate?" When Han Nishui heard that, his eyes lit up. The expressions of Zhong Shou and the other 3 turned serious. Long Ruo's footsteps paused. After hesitating slightly, he finally stopped. "Then what does Senior Brotherly think we should do?" Zhong Shoxin was enlightened. As expected, this person was Xianyuan Yi's senior brother Li Yuandan. He had long heard that this person was the one who set the marriage agreement for Xianyuan Iran on his own accord. However, he had never met him. Following which he heard Li Yuandan laugh. "Forget about this Zhao Yanran and the other 2, they are all people with backgrounds. I think it is best to chase out that person from Gantian Mountain. How can we allow others to eat what is in our bowl? In my hands, I coincidentally have a teleportation talisman drawn by a sect senior." As these words were spoken, the faces of Zhao Yanran and the others were filled with rage. Their eyes were dark as they looked towards Li Yuandan. Long Ruo was tempted, his eyes sweeping Zhong Shou up and down, his eyes shining like he was hesitating. A moment later, his gaze settled and he made a decision. "How can we allow others to eat what is in our bowl? Those words make a lot of sense." Before he finished, he was interrupted by the voice of a girl. "What sense does that make? Your Lingyun sect calls itself a righteous sect. When did you learn to bully others? This Dragon Gathering Mountain is the Dragon Gathering Mountain of Long Ing Martial Saint. The images here aren't for any sect, but for all the cultivators in the cloud world to comprehend. This theory is something that even I, Song Xingdao, the demon sect disciple you all call, knows. Along with those words, a girl suddenly walked out from the stone room on the other side. She was also 20 years old. Her looks weren't much older than Zhao Yanran. The latter stood up and bowed. Greetings, little senior master. That girl didn't bother about Zhao Yanran, only smiling towards Zhongshou. Seven Spirit Sect He Shuang greets your highness. Following which she coldly stared at Long Rua. Long Rua's brows furrowed deeply. Just as he was about to speak, a loud laugh spread out. Fairy, He's words are well said. Our sect's taking up all the inner sect spots is a little inappropriate. Now if we chase others away, once Senior Long Ing finds out, he won't be happy. Another person walked out, carrying 3 swords on his back, his face filled with confidence. He also smiled towards Zhongshou. Kenzo sect Han sect Su Chen greets your highness. Your highness is Lei Dong's brother, so you are my brother. Today I won't let your highness be bullied by these despicable people. When Li Yuandan heard that, his eyes opened wide in rage. Su Chen, who are you calling a despicable person? Su Chen laughed coldly and didn't reply, his eyes filled with disdain. At this moment Jin Buhui suddenly hollered out, Senior Brother Shen, isn't this show nice to watch? Do you still remember that you owe me 3 favors? If you don't come out and pay me back, be careful that one day I run to Senior Sister and start rumors. Chapter 362. When Jin Buhui's words landed, as expected, a light sigh spread out from another cave. You fellow, as expected, no one can take advantage of you, Jin Buhui. Just as the voice reached this point, a figure suddenly walked into the hall and said indifferently, I've long heard that Lingyun sect's brother Long is an apologetic and self-disciplined person. He is a kind and cautious person. But today, seeing you, I am really disappointed. I originally didn't want to bother about this matter, but since my junior brother has already spoken, then I can't just stand by and watch. I wonder if Brother Long can give Chen Hui some face and not bully juniors, alright? Long Rua's face instantly turned green and white. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, it was Han Nishui who opened his mouth coldly. Brother Shen, Brother Su, the 2 of you are stepping out for this Zong show. Do you know what kind of person this Gantian mountain monster king is? Su Chen scoffed when he heard that, not willing to speak with these few people. Chen Hui laughed coldly. I don't care what kind of person he is, but since my junior brother has such high hopes for him and even wants to borrow my strength, it seems like His Highness's personality isn't bad. Also, don't call me brother in the future. You, Han Nishui, aren't worthy. Han Nishui's teeth were instantly gritted so hard that they made cracking sounds. As for Long Rua, his eyes were dark and gloomy. After muttering to himself for a moment, he left without saying a word and walked into another cave. Li Yuandan and Han Nishui also knew that they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of the 3 of them. They could only helplessly stare viciously at Zhong Shou before following Long Rua. Zhu Renquang's brows furrowed tightly. He totally didn't expect that such a change would occur today. His senior brother Long's reaction just now was also abnormal and a little over the top. However, at this moment, it wasn't convenient for him to speak to Zhong Shou. The face of Lingyun's sect also needed to be protected. He could only laugh bitterly before flicking his sleeves and leaving. The remaining 3 people didn't say anything. They all smiled at Zhong Shou and then dispersed. At most, He Shuang said, Be careful. Su Chen also said, Let's talk later. Zhong Shouxin was grateful, but he didn't show it on his face. He just nodded slightly. Once the 3 of them left, he patted Jin Buhui's shoulder. The latter immediately smiled. This is what I owe you. Remember, I still have a life that I haven't returned to you. Zhong-Shou couldn't help but chuckle. With the token that allowed him to travel through space at will, it wouldn't be easy to repay the life he owed him. Then, he didn't say anything else and continued to stare intently at the screen wall. Just treat it as if Jin Buhui and the other two couldn't find anything weird. Just as he was getting tired of it, Zhong-Shou also retracted his gaze. He was more or less familiar with the outline of the 99 Long Ing sword. Next, he would look at the remaining 8 sword techniques of the Long Ing sword technique. In the second sword stone room, he looked at the platinum dragon sword that he had already grasped a portion of. Who knows if it was because he was already familiar with it or because he had grasped the outline of the sword technique, but in just 5 hours, the images on the wall were repeated 3 times before he comprehended them all. What was surprising was that Zhong-Shou's soul, after this day, after experiencing the suppression of the martial saint intent on the stone wall, it actually grew by a lot. Following which, Zhong-Shou's comprehension speed of the images on the stone wall became faster and faster. The third stone room was the mysterious Yin dragon sword. Zhong-Shou only spent 4 hours to roughly memorize it. When it came to the fourth room, the mysterious cold hornless dragon sword, it only took 3 hours to complete it. The last few rooms, no matter how complicated the sword style was, it only took 2 hours. He only needed to look at the images once. Of course, he only remembered it. To fully comprehend its mysteries and even completely grasp how to use it, he still needed a lot of time to comprehend and connect with it. At this moment, Zhong-Shou was at most able to barely display the first and second sword styles of the 9-sword technique. He looked at it like he was looking at flowers on horseback. At the start, those ascended experts were a little shocked. Then, no one cared anymore. They all thought that Zhong-Shou had no internal energy at all. To be able to stay here was already not bad. Not to mention looking at the images left by the martial saint. Normal people would take a few more looks. His divine soul would most likely collapse. For Zhong-Shou to be able to last so long here, his will was not bad. As for Long Ruo and the others, they didn't care at all. In these stone rooms, they bumped into each other several times, but they didn't even exchange a single word. Zhong-Shou didn't bother. Long Ruo and the others also didn't run over to find trouble with him. Zhao Yinran and the other people who knew the inside story were shocked and unsure, thinking to themselves that with Zhong-Shou's talent, did this fellow comprehend all the 9 stone rooms and the 9 stone murals? If that was the case, then this Zhong-Shou could be called a pervert. He was just too much of a demon. Zhong-Shou didn't feel anything at all. At noon on the 4th day, after he finished looking at the last martial saint image, he felt that this set of 99 Long Ing sword was still lacking something. 99 Long Ing swords changes shouldn't be limited to just this. If one talked about the sword techniques and heart sutras that he trained in, at most, he could only merge the 9 true dragon sword techniques together and improve one another. The power of these sword moves, with Zhong-Shou's half-stage, was at most the peak of grade 9, heaven-shocking grade martial arts. Half a step to grade 10, but in the end, he wasn't able to step in. However, this 99 Long Ing sword was the real deal during the ancient Desolate era. It was recognized by all experts as a true grade 10 pinnacle technique. It must be lacking something, lacking the most crucial part. Zhong-Shou didn't suspect that the Long Ing old man was hiding something. He was only afraid that he missed out on something. Without hesitation, he entered the stone room once more. This time he was really careful, not missing out on even the slightest bit of changes in the sword technique. He used a full 2 days, but when Zhong-Shou walked out of the last stone room, he still didn't gain anything. Apart from having a deeper grasp of the 9 sword techniques, he didn't discover anything else. Could it be that this sword art was originally incomplete? But that Long Ing old man, even if he wanted to find the person who inherited his technique, He shouldn't have hidden this crucial part. Following which he laughed bitterly. What kind of person was that longing old man? A martial saint, such a powerful and famous person, how could he possibly guess the temperament of such a person? He could only do his best and leave it to the heavens. What he needed to do now was to go all out to search. If he really couldn't learn the complete sword technique, then he was helpless. Zhong Shou decided to just sit down in front of the screen wall, looking at the true dragon stone carvings, and going into a daze. The only place he could think of now was this place. He remembered that when he first looked at it, he felt that the giant dragon stone carvings on the screen wall weren't right, like it was missing something. Correspondingly, the 99 Shadow Dragon sword was also missing a portion. There had to be a connection between the two. Who knows, maybe the mysteries were all within. On the night of the 6th day, cracking sounds spread out from the upper-level stone cave once more. Within the stone cave of the lightning dragon sword, another iron door opened. This time, the ones who walked in from outside were Zhong Yuan and Gong Yu. Not only were Zhao Yanran and the others shocked, but the other ascended experts all looked over, not understanding how the two of them managed to enter. However, with Zhong Shou and the others, they were all in front of them. For the two of them to be able to enter the upper level on the 6th day, it didn't seem like much. When he learned that Zhong Shou was here, Zhong Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't bother to comprehend the stone walls, walking directly to the main hall. Looking at Zhong Shou's body, as expected, he was sitting in front of the screen wall. Zhong Yuan's face was filled with joy. Walking to the side, he felt that something wasn't right. At this moment, Zhong Shou was obviously focused. It was like he was totally bewitched, staring at the screen wall. Even when Zhong Yuan was by his side for a long time, he didn't notice anything. It was like there was nothing else in his mind. Only the expression in his eyes kept changing, suddenly filled with passion and then disappointment. His hands were gesturing with one another, like he was deducing something. Zhong Yuan stood there for a moment, smiling slightly in the end. He didn't try to disturb him, directly changing his body and returning to the stone room of the giant lightning dragon. On the 8th day, pretty much everyone in the stone cave knew that another idiot had appeared in the cave. Entering this cave was a once-in-a-100-year chance. There were only a total of 9 days. Once the 9 days passed, they would be teleported out. Here, it wasn't even enough to look at the images on the stone walls without eating or drinking. How would they have time to look at the screen wall that was mysterious but was obviously a trap that everyone gave up on? Looking at the images on the stone walls had real benefit. Even if they couldn't comprehend the sword technique, it could also strengthen their grasp and comprehension of the martial path intent. What could there be within the screen wall? Apart from looking at it at the start, which felt a little mysterious, the rest were just some random lines that formed a dragon shape. Moreover, Zhong Shou wasn't in a daze for 2 to 4 hours, but for a full 2 days. Amongst them, there were many whose eyes were filled with mocking intent. However, this place was filled with the elite disciples of the various sects and factions. Not only were their strength and talents better than others, but they also had good upbringing that others couldn't compare to. At most, they only exchanged glances and didn't speak. Is this person dumb? Why is he wasting so much time on this screen wall? Does he really think that he is the only smart person in the world? Maybe he is helpless. I can see that this kid has no internal energy or soul power. If he continues to look at those martial saint images, he won't be able to live until he gets out. Choosing this screen wall is better than having his soul destroyed. After the 9th day, there wasn't even such eye contact anymore. Everyone was grasping this last bit of time, and no one bothered about him. At noon on the last day, Zhong Shou's eyes lit up and he stood up. The lightning-winged sword in his hand was pulled out and he pointed at the screen wall in front of him. Chapter 364. Holding the sword, Zhong Shou hesitated for a moment and didn't make a move. Only after an hour passed did Zhong Shou's face finally show a determined expression. After carefully thinking about it in his heart, his eyes gradually flickered with incomparable brilliance. He had found the most crucial part of the 99 Long Ing sword. Jin Buhui coincidentally walked out of a stone room at this moment. After looking at those scenes, he found it amusing. Zhong Shou, you can't comprehend it, so you want to destroy this wall in a fit of rage? Don't blame me for not telling you. 7,000 years ago, there was a person who spent an entire day and night in front of this reflective wall to no avail. In a fit of anger, he wanted to destroy this harmful thing. In the end, not only did he not destroy it, but he also injured himself. It was said that even celestial weapons couldn't damage it. Didn't you see that the dragon-shaped stone carvings didn't have a single scratch? Before he could finish his sentence, a mocking voice rang out from the other side. You're incompetent and ignorant, yet you want to blame this reflective wall. How stupid! Jin Buhui's eyes instantly squinted as he looked opposite, only to see Li Yuandan and Han Nishui laughing coldly opposite. Who knows if they coincidentally came out or if from start to finish, they were paying attention to Zhong Shou's actions in the stone cave. He couldn't help but pout. He was joking with Zhong Shou. Why did the two of them run out? To think that they could be so gleeful and call themselves heroes and talents. What they didn't know was that his new friend was thousands of times stronger than them. Even if Zhong Shou didn't comprehend anything here, he was still above the clouds and could look down on these useless people. Based on what he guessed in his heart, a few days ago Zhong Shou had already comprehended most of these 9 martial saint images. The reason why he wanted to study the giant dragon carvings on the wall was either because he was bored or because he noticed something really important. Just as he was thinking about that, in the next instance, he saw Zhong Shou slash out towards the wall. Jin Buhui was instantly stunned, thinking in his heart that this fellow was really going to chop. However, looking at the sword's style, it seemed weak and powerless. Most likely, it would not be able to move. However, this was also a good thing. Since he did not use much strength, he did not have to fear being injured by the backlash. Just as he was thinking about that, Jin Buhui's eyes popped out. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he saw stone fragments flying in front of him. Zhong Shou's sword actually left a mark on the screen wall. It was curved and crooked at the chest of the dragon's stone carving. Looking at it alone, it looked like a twisted worm. However, when it was added into the 5-clawed giant dragon picture, it caused the dragon shape to suddenly have a little more charm. Jin Buhui couldn't help but use force to secretly pinch his arm. Instantly, a wave of pain came. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, Jin Buhui started to silently curse. In his heart, he thought that the master who explained to him the interesting news of the dragon-gathering mountain dragon gate was really conning him. He said that the screen wall couldn't be destroyed, but how did Zhong Shou so easily draw a line out without using any true qi? He also felt that the situation wasn't like that. But Zhong Shou's actions, the sword path, obviously had some theory to it, which was why he was able to leave a mark on the screen wall that couldn't be damaged by swords and knives. Thinking about that, Jin Buhui couldn't help but suck in a deep cold breath. Did this fellow really notice something? In these 10,000 years, what everyone saw as a conning thing, did it have mysteries that thousands of talents didn't notice? At this moment, not only Jin Buhui, but even Li Yuandan and Han Nishui were stunned as they looked at the scene. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Zhong Shou's soft sword damage the stone wall? When that sword slashed out, it was like he wanted to fill in the missing parts of the giant dragon's stone carving. However, not long ago, in the eyes of the two of them, the dragon image on the wall was complete and flawless. That kind of feeling was really strange. After the first sword, Zhong Shou didn't have anything to worry about. The stone shrapnel scattered all over the sky, the sword in his hand was like slicing through rotten bamboo, totally unobstructed. It also confirmed his guesses from before. The crux of the 9 Shadow Dragon sword was within the dragon pattern. Without hesitation, Zhong Shou slashed out with the second and third sword. Instantly, the stone shrapnel flew about and many lines were carved on it. Sometimes when he didn't guess correctly, he would be obstructed and the screen wall would reflect his sword back. However, Zhong Shou only needed to think for a moment and think about it. Most probably, he would be able to slash out a line mark like a hot knife through butter. His expression and thoughts were getting more and more excited. This screen wall not only contained the final crux of the 9 Shadow Dragon sword, but it could also correct the mistakes in his sword style. When Zhong Shou slashed out his 20th sword, Long Ruo walked out of the stone room. His expression was dark and sunken as he looked at Zhong Shou's sword-slashing action. Li Yuandan couldn't help but find it weird. Why did you suddenly come out? Didn't you just start to comprehend the mysterious Yin Dragon sword? He knew that although Long Ruo was a spirit master, he benefited more from this dragon-gathering mountain than martial cultivators like them. The 9 types of true dragon sword techniques were of unimaginable help to his Black Flood Dragon. Sword techniques like the Fire Dragon Vast Sword, as well as the martial path intent left by the saint were of great use to Long Ruo, who wanted to turn into a sword cultivator. Especially that Platinum Dragon sword which was compatible with the Broken sword intent that Long Ruo had already cultivated. If he could learn from it, his strength would increase greatly. Which was why after entering this dragon-gathering mountain, Long Ruo was the most focused out of the few of them, pretty much not being distracted by other things. Following which he shook his head solemnly. It isn't that I don't want to continue comprehending, but that I am unable to. When Li Yuandan heard that, his expression changed slightly, swiftly running back into the room. Only to see that the smooth stone wall was collapsing, pieces of stone were falling down. Naturally, there were no traces of the martial saint image. When such a scene jumped into his eyes, Li Yuandan's face instantly turned ashen white. How did this happen? This martial saint image that was left for 10,000 years and was still perfectly fine, how did it get destroyed? Han Nishui followed behind, his expression was also green. He ran back into the main hall, following which a sword energy slashed towards the screen wall. The sword glow swept towards Zhong Shou, who was waving his sword, causing He Shuiying, Su Chen and the others who also walked out of the stone room to show annoyance. Only to see that before the sword energy reached Zhong Shou's body, it was blocked by an invisible power. There was actually a ball of golden patterns protecting Zhong Shou's body. A large portion of the sword attack landed on the screen wall. Instantly, there was a loud "king" sound. The sword light was reflected back. Not only was it reflected back, it was several times sharper, close to 80% faster. It chased the path that the sword light came from. Han Nishui was prepared, but he changed his body several times and was unable to successfully avoid it. In the end, he was helpless. After stopping, he sent out several talismans. He forcefully dissipated the sword light. Luckily, he mainly cultivated in spiritual cultivation and his martial path wasn't strong, only at the grade 5 ancestor level. That sword just now, even after it was reflected by the screen wall, it wasn't that strong. He didn't need to be injured and could easily deal with it. However, at this moment the expressions of the people present changed. Some were shocked, some were enlightened, some were unusually ugly. Jin Buhui was speechless when he saw that. Wasn't this situation similar to what his master told him? His master didn't lie to him, this screen wall really couldn't be damaged. He was afraid that Zhong Shou had noticed something. As for Long Ruo, his gaze was dark and bright, changing unpredictably. A moment later, he took in a deep breath. What do all the senior brothers think about this matter? Li Yuandan and Han Nishui were silent at this moment, like they had thought about something but weren't willing to say it out loud. Zhu Renquang at the side smiled bitterly. What else can we think? Apart from that old man Long Ing and experts of the same grade as him, no one can destroy this martial saint remnant image. Now that it has collapsed, it is most probably because that Saint Senior has found a satisfactory successor. He doesn't need to open up those 9 types of true dragon sword techniques for us to comprehend. Senior Brother Han's sword wasn't able to hurt Zhong Shou because of that. With the strength of a saint, how would he allow his sword technique successor to be hurt by others in this dragon-gathering mountain? I am afraid that Brother Han's sword has already offended the dragon shadow martial saint. Han Nishui's face had already turned ashen white. Although he had already guessed the result in his heart. Although he had guessed that, when Zhu Renquang said it out loud, his heart still felt terrified. He knew that those people who stepped into the celestial path and above spirit realm couldn't easily appear in the cloud world. Especially God realm and Saint realm people who couldn't easily return. Moreover, with the protection of his sect, even if he offended them, it wouldn't do any harm to him. However, the name and strength of a martial path saint was still a heavy pressure on his heart. That might not be the case. Li Yuandan's eyes squinted slightly, looking on with a dark and cold expression. Didn't you say that this Zhong Shou doesn't know martial arts? However, how was he able to comprehend the 9 Long Ing sword? How did he gain the favor of that old man Long Ing? Although he doesn't know martial arts, his comprehension and talents are top in the world. Long Ruo sighed. The feeling in his heart was indescribably complicated. When we were at Pill Fountain Mountain, this kid broke the 18 sword puppets of our Lingyun sect in 160 breath. He also drew the 12 god talismans left by the ancestor. Be it sword techniques or talisman path talents, there are less than 10 people in the world who can compare to him. At that time, due to a mistake, I didn't accept him into the sect. Li Yuandan and Han Nishui instantly exchanged glances with one another. This was the first time they had heard of this matter. Following which they heard Long Ruoyan say, "That is because this person has dual meridians, barriers from heaven and broken soul. A cultivation trash, unable to enter the Xiantian realm in his life." The two of them were enlightened. However, just as Long Ruo said that, Zhong Shou slashed out with his 28th sword. Within the stone cave, a giant dragon roar sounded out. Chapter 365. That roar reverberated, the entire cave seemed like it was about to collapse, shaking non-stop. A longing dragon that had been circling around suddenly flew out from the stone wall. Its aura was vast and majestic, only its body was a little broken. Behind Zhong Shou, there were 9 more illusionary dragons. Although they were tens of sizes smaller and their bodies were illusionary and not real. They were still baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, extremely arrogant. Li Yuandan was shocked once more, following which he mocked. Since Senior Brother Long Ruo said that, then it shouldn't be wrong. That dragon shadow martial saint thought that he found a successor, but if he finds out that Zhong Shou is just trash on the inside, a piece of trash with decent comprehension, who knows how much he will regret. When that Han Nishui heard that, his expression relaxed. Long Ruo's face was still dark and sunken, the uneasiness in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. There was also killing intent that couldn't be suppressed rising up. There was a voice in his heart that kept calling out. Kill this kid. He had to stop at nothing to kill this Zhong Shou on the spot. If not, he would regret it for the rest of his life. He had already made a mistake once, developing a heart demon. He couldn't make the same mistake a second time. Many thoughts flashed as the hand hidden in his sleeves clenched tightly. A small sword image was flipping around in his wide sleeve. That was the broken blade sword that Zhu Renquang bought from Zhong Shou and then passed to him. Not long ago, the Sex Artifact Refining Grandmaster helped to find suitable materials to merge into this sword. It caused it to totally change, going from a grade 3 spiritual sword to grade 7. He was confident that if he slashed out with this sword, even that longing old man might not be able to protect this Zhong Shou. Although he was a martial saint expert, after all, they were separated by hundreds of worlds and numerous spaces. He still had a chance of success. He just needed a chance that he could make use of and also be able to escape. Viciousness flashed in his eyes as Long Ruo took in a deep breath, forcefully suppressing all these messy thoughts. He mocked himself. As expected, he was deeply obsessed with this Zhong Shou. However, within his mind, there was an unprecedented coldness and silence. His killing intent did not change. Instead, it became even stronger. As long as he could get rid of this kid, the inner demon would no longer pose a threat to him. He should be able to make more breakthroughs in his cultivation. Right at this moment, another dragon roar was heard. It happened to be Zhong Shou's 36th sword strike. The huge dragon silhouette on the screen wall once again began to roar. A dragon claw reached out from the abdomen and the figure became increasingly real. At this moment, Zhong Shou's every slash was able to add a new dragon horn or a new scale to the coiling dragon. Not only did it complete the dragon-shaped stone carvings on the wall, but it also caused the longing above to slowly become complete. When Zhong Shou's 45th sword was carved on the screen wall, as expected, there was another loud dragon roar that shook everyone's ears. At the start, Jin Buhui's mouth was agape as he looked at Zhong Shou's actions. Slowly, his gaze focused on the giant dragon above. He felt that each movement and jump of this incomplete Long Ing hid deep martial path theories. Looking carefully, it was like he could still feel the essence of the 9 stone walls. The 6 types of true dragon sword techniques that he comprehended before were instantly much clearer. He didn't need to waste energy to think about it. Many of the key points and areas that he didn't understand were all cleared up. It was like the mysteries within the Long Ing could be directly reflected into his mind. Looking at the situation, he probably really comprehended this 9-9 Long Ing sword. A sigh suddenly rang out in Jin Buhui's ears. His tone was filled with emotions. "Junior brother Buhui, I have to respect you. Your eyesight in making friends is really good. Master often says that cultivators like us can't do without wealth, land, techniques and companions. You have already obtained wealth. Now that you have a good friend, your companions aren't bad." Jin Buhui didn't need to turn his head to look and knew that it was his senior brother Chen Huai. At this moment, he wasn't willing to miss any changes in the giant Long Ing statue, so he wasn't willing to turn his head. However, he gave out a delighted laugh. "Do I need senior brother to say that? My friend is naturally not bad. You don't know how many secrets this fellow has on his body. To think that he had actually managed to overcome such a difficult obstacle. This kind of quality was 10 times more precious than comprehension ability. Speaking of which, why are you so long-winded? Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Fortuitous encounters are hard to come by. If you pass this village today, you won't have such a chance in the future?" Chen Huai was speechless when he heard that. Thinking to himself that meeting such a person, how could he not be emotional? Hearing Jin Buhui's words, this Gantian mountain monster King Zhong Shou seemed to have some things that he didn't know about. However, although he was speaking, his eyes didn't leave the Long Ing statue above. The people in the surroundings were the same. They were all staring at the battle intently. Before this, when these people were shocked by the commotion and were unable to comprehend the martial saint remnant images, they were a little annoyed. However, at this moment, they didn't feel any anger at all. Instead, they were filled with endless surprise. They all knew that what they gained today would far exceed their seniors by several times. Anyways, junior brother Buhui, since you have recognized his personality, then you have to be honest. In the future, on the path of cultivation, with this kid protecting and helping, you will benefit a lot. Just as he was continuing to give pointers with nonsense, Chen Huai suddenly exclaimed in surprise again and looked up. At this moment, not only was the entire cave shaking non-stop. Suddenly, dust and sand fell from above. Occasionally, there would be stone pieces falling down. Suddenly, a strand of understanding arose within Chen Huai's heart. That longing old man was destroying this dragon, gathering mountain dragon gate stone cave step by step. This martial saint had already chosen the successor of his sword art. Pretty much at the same time, He Shuang, who was hundreds of feet away, also raised her head and looked up. Her eyes flashed weirdly, filled with disbelief. It seems like the martial saint has already decided. His Highness Zhong Shou most probably comprehended the 9-9 long Ing sword technique. As expected from the person senior sister Shui Lingbo fought for several months. As expected from the second-generation disciple that my revered one chose. Yanran is really lucky to have His Highness as a cauldron. Although it is the reverse seed cauldron technique, even I am envious. Zhao Yanran's brows furrowed, slightly unhappy, thinking to herself that she was unlucky to meet this fellow. How was it her luck? At the same time, she scoffed coldly, I know. However, martial uncle is really rude. You should call him great martial granduncle. That He Shuang immediately covered her lips with her hand and giggled. Her face was filled with curiosity. Did he let you call him that? Zhao Yanran was suddenly at a loss. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. If that heartless fellow really forced him to call him great right now, there was still a place where he could ask this person for help. In the future, when he could successfully reverse the situation, he would definitely torture this guy. However, even though she thought this way, deep down in her heart, she already knew that she didn't have the slightest chance, so she didn't hold any hope. Just as he was thinking like this, the fourth dragon roar shook the entire cave. It caused everyone's eardrums to hurt. Those with weaker cultivations like Jin Buhui were bleeding from all 7 apertures. However, that long Ing was becoming more and more real. Runes flashed around his body, as if they were giving birth to endless mysteries. Everyone didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest. This was a rare opportunity, and they were all afraid of missing the slightest change. The entire cave slowly became silent. Apart from the sound of sand and stone falling, there was no other sound. Zhong Shou didn't notice the situation around him at all. He didn't pay attention at all and didn't even take a look. His mind was maintained with sincerity, going all out. He continued to think and deduce those sword stances. Then, he slashed out sword by sword at the wall. His body trembled slightly. The various hormones in his body surged and were secreted. His intellect continued to rise, reaching the peak state he had reached since he came to this era. He hadn't been so excited in a long time. The last time he was in such a state was when he saw the mysteries of the sword path and stepped into that door. When he saw the possibility of merging the swords of hundreds of schools into one. He remembered that in the past, he studied the sword path of the various schools just to choose a path that was most suitable for him. Who knew that in the end, he would slowly merge numerous sword techniques and the essence of numerous sword techniques into one. At this moment, Zhong Shou saw an even more profound and vast hall. He guessed that he just needed to fill in all the gaps on the wall of the map. Then, not only would Zhong Shou understand the mysteries of the 99 Long-Ing sword, but he would also be able to grasp the sword's soul realm of the martial path intent. It wasn't like the incomplete sword soul that he grasped through the God Emperor game in his last life. Instead, it was a true sword technique that could create life. Sword after sword slashing out, the 63rd sword mark left a mark on the wall. The giant dragon in the sky reached out with its claw once more and roared out. Zhong Shou's sword suddenly stopped. At the 64th sword, he was unable to casually slash out the sword techniques behind. He already felt that it was really tough. After all, every sword he slashed out used up a large amount of mental energy. Zhong Shou took in a deep breath, calmly taking out a 10-wood energy nourishing pill from his sleeves, raising his head and swallowing it. This was a secret spiritual pill passed down by Tsang Xingdao, which was good at replenishing vital energy. However, it also helped with the mental energy consumption. One wasn't enough, so Zhong Shou took out several different types of pills and swallowed them one by one. Using true qi to activate it, it swiftly dissolved. He knew that what followed would be a long battle, so he couldn't be impatient. Only by maintaining his best state could he break this 99 Long-Ing sword at the fastest speed. After all, he had less than half a day of time, waiting for his energy to slightly recover. Zhong Shou slashed out once more. With a puchi, another mark was left on the stone wall. Just at this moment, Zhong Shou seemed to have heard something by his ear. Chapter 366. What sound is that? Outside of the Dragon Gate, halfway up Dragon Gathering Mountain. Bored to death, Shui Lingbo's ears perked up as she carefully listened to the movements coming from within the mountain. In just a moment, her brows rose up in shock. Is that a dragon roar? That sound was obviously the roar of a dragon, and its grade wasn't low, maybe even grade 9 and above. Which meant that this dragon had most probably transformed and entered the celestial path. She was just looking at the martial saint remnant image, so why did such a change occur? Although this place was called Dragon Gathering Mountain, the cave within was also known as the Dragon Gate. However, how was it possible that there was a true giant dragon here? Xian Taiji also got up and rose into the air, looking down at the entire Dragon Gathering Mountain. After which, his expression instantly became incomparably strange. It wasn't his imagination. As expected, the mountain was shaking slightly. Lingyun Zhongling and Zhenlie also flew up beside him. In terms of the depth of his spiritual cultivation, Ling Lai was actually stronger than Xian Taiji, who had risen up in the younger generation. At this moment, he used a spell to cover his eyes, looking carefully, his brows furrowed. The cave within the mountain seems to be collapsing. Impossible. Why did that Long-Ing martial saint want to destroy this place? Could it be that this martial sacred had already fallen? But if that's the case, then the martial path intent he left here should have dissipated. His tone was uncertain, but it caused Xian Taiji's pupils to constrict. He took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his chest. Then, he said expressionlessly, if junior nephew didn't guess wrongly, someone has already obtained the true legacy of the 99 Long-Ing sword. The spiritual wave is about to rise. For such a talent to appear, it is the fortune of our cloud world. Ling Lai was instantly startled. Actually, just now he did think about such a possibility. However, in the depths of his heart, he was filled with disbelief. This puzzle that had been opened for 10,000 years, numerous talents of the various sects and factions were frustrated and helpless about, was solved by someone just like that? He wanted to retort, but in the next instance, he felt the heaven and earth spiritual energy nearby fluctuate intensely. In the next instance, a few people appeared below, outside of the outer stone cave. Their eyes were blank as they looked around. Adept Ling Lai's heart instantly sank once more. Teleporting it out in advance, Xian Taiji's guess that the Long Ying sword already had a master was probably not far from the truth. Xian Taiji's eyes also focused. Then, he looked toward Shui Lingbo, who was deep in thought. Fairy Shui, Xian Taiji has something to ask of you. Fairy, I wonder if you can use your illumination technique to let us see the situation inside. When Shui Lingbo heard that, she retracted her gaze after a long while. Then he laughed coldly. Candlelight technique? I think you're crazy. This was the assembled Dragon Mountain and was suppressed by a martial saint's intent. For people like us who have yet to step into the immortal Tao, we can't even use our spiritual senses. Not to mention the candlelight technique. Xian Taiji wasn't annoyed and didn't show any unwillingness. Naturally, he didn't retreat. His expression was calm as he took out an item from his sleeve. If that saint was within the cloud world, Xian Taiji naturally wouldn't dare to think about it. However, today we are separated by hundreds of worlds. I have a stage 2 brilliant sun magic mirror here, and Martial Uncle Ling Lai should also have a stage 9 cloud elephant true shadow talisman from the Lingyun sect. Doesn't Fairy Shui want to see what the situation inside is like? Aren't you worried about the situation of Tsang Xingdao and the few disciples? Ling Lai didn't say any nonsense, directly tossing out a talisman. After Shui Lingbo hesitated for a moment, she also sneered. She waved out true qi and kept the brilliant sun mirror and talisman in front of her eyes. He muttered something and lured the cloud elephant true shadow talisman away. Then, the sword fingers of her right hand joined together as she pointed towards the inner cave and said, "Open." Instantly, a ball of mist gathered over. In just a moment, a cloud ball was formed in the sky above. First, it formed the shape of a cave. Then, the white clouds formed into many people. As it was formed by the mist, all the people were white in color. Their faces were also blurry. Xian Taiji's brows furrowed. He knew that what Shui Lingbo used just now wasn't the light of the candle but the sensing of the shadow. However, he didn't say anything as he looked on carefully. Actually, even then it was enough. He was only worried about the safety of his 2 junior brothers. In the next instance, Xian Taiji's expression turned to one of shock and disbelief. Why was Jin Buhui here too? Did this kid enter the inner sect? Did he see it wrongly? Taking a closer look, that plump figure was most likely real. However, moments later, Xian Taiji didn't have the heart to pay attention to this useless junior brother. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the person dancing the sword in front of the wall. Shui Lingbo, who was maintaining the spell, was even more shocked. It was Zhong Shou. This guy seems to have done something incredible. The voice was really blurry and couldn't be heard clearly. Zhong Shou also didn't want to listen. Instead, he thought that his spiritual sense wasn't pure. He deserved to die. He became more and more focused as he held his breath. His brows furrowed tightly as he went all out to break the next sword move. He didn't even know that this stone cave was about to collapse. However, for some reason, the voice became louder and louder in his ears, making Zhong Shou annoyed. Kid, who knows how long had passed, but the voice became clearer. This time he could really hear what the voice was saying. Wishful thinking. Zhong Shou couldn't take it. He was already so close to another layer of the sword path. He wouldn't allow anyone or anything to mess up his thoughts. He slashed out with his sword, leaving another mark on the screen wall. This was already his 70th sword. With another 11 swords and 11 strokes, he would be able to complete this incomplete dragon-shaped carving. Interesting kid. That voice sounded out once more, filled with amusement. This isn't a heart demon. Do you know that I, Long Ying, have crossed 15 worlds just to let you hear these words clearly? Do you know that even for a Saint Realm expert like me, it isn't easy to cross worlds? Only then did Zhong Shou hear it clearly. His brows furrowed, and he hesitated. Long Ying? Could it be that the one speaking is this dragon shadow old man? This thought only rose up in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. However, just as this thought rose up, that voice sounded out once more praising, "Not bad, you finally woke up. However, people who learn the sword should be so focused. You are so sincere and true to the sword path. This is a good thing." Zhong Shou was instantly shocked. Could the owner of this voice know what he was thinking about? All of a sudden, he was unable to confirm whether or not this was a heart demon, an evil spirit that mesmerized the mind, or was it the real old man Long Ying. Following which he heard Long Ying laugh coldly. "Can it be fake? Which evil spirit dares to take half a step in my dragon-gathering mountain? A person's thoughts have their own soul amplification. You are in my cave. If I still don't know what you are thinking about, then I would have wasted my 10,000 years of cultivation, Saint Realm cultivation," Zhong Shou exclaimed, keeping silent. He thought to himself that Long Ying's words were similar to the research of people in the future. They noticed that a person's thoughts had a special magnetic field. This Saint Realm expert was actually able to differentiate it. How extraordinary! He thought about whether or not his senior brother could do the same. Speaking of which, Wei Su most probably heard what he said to his senior brother that day. Speaking of which, this voice most probably wasn't a heart demon. He didn't seem to have any thoughts about this Long Ying. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou still didn't know what to say. More importantly, he didn't know why this old man Long Ying suddenly appeared. Following which Long Ying said coldly, "That year I didn't leave this Dragon Gate Sword Cave willingly. Which was why I placed down many restrictions to make things difficult for you. Who knew that 10,000 years later there would be someone who could comprehend it? Since you can solve a large portion of the puzzle, then naturally you have the right to inherit my 99 Long Ying sword. That is good too. My promise to that person has been completed today. Listen carefully, the true 99 Long Ying sword's final heart chant." Zhong Shou didn't listen, instead, he was even more focused. 72nd sword, 73rd sword, consecutively slashing out. Following which he held the long sword and started to ponder. At this moment, his thoughts had never been so clear. He knew that the true mystery of the 99 Long Ying sword was on the reflecting wall. Why did he need to be distracted to listen to the longing old man who he didn't know if it was real or fake? The meaning of this reflecting wall to Zhong Shou wasn't just a grade 10 sword technique. It was a challenge that could allow his sword path to rise to a higher level. After Long Ying read a few sentences, he noticed that Zhong Shou didn't even bother to memorize it. It was obvious that he was furious. He said in an annoyed tone, "You kid who doesn't know what is good for you. I wanted to let you save some effort and you don't even know how to appreciate it. Do you think that the screen wall that I left behind can be broken by just anyone?" Although his tone was filled with anger, for some reason, it was filled with praise. Just as he spoke, Long Ying suddenly exclaimed, like something had happened and he was really shocked. "Your body has dual meridians? Why didn't you tell me just now?" Zhong Shou instantly rolled his eyes. Was there a need to say it? Moreover, after he entered the outside world, he only came into contact with you at this moment. Who was he going to tell? Then, in the next moment, he felt a strong and powerful force suddenly grab his body tightly. A few threads of weird power entered his body from who knows where. Following which the voice was filled with shock. "You actually used such a method to complete dual meridian cultivation. What a weird idea. Compared to normal people, doesn't that mean you have several times more true qi and spiritual energy? Good. 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 You are still a remnant soul body, barriers from heaven. You actually broke through the human barrier of the two barriers?" That power suddenly became more and more vast, causing Zhong Shou's entire body to feel slight pain. Long Ying's voice rang out once more. This time it was filled with seriousness, suppressing surprise. Did you rely on the help of others, or did you rely on your own strength? Chapter 368. A vast and majestic will suddenly overtook the entire cavern. Even if all the ascended and day-wandering realm experts were prepared, at this moment they all felt slightly suffocated. Zhong Shou was also suppressed by this aura to the point that he felt uncomfortable. His brows rose up coldly. Zhong Shou's sword path is self-improvement. It is just a barrier from heaven. Why do I need to borrow the strength of others? Since he spoke till now, he had been in deep thought for a long time. He only felt that his mental strength was getting more and more exhausted. His brain was about to fall asleep. Zhong Shou suddenly slashed down once more. The 74th sword, the 74th mark appeared on the mural, causing the Long Ying to look even more lifelike. After drawing that stroke, Zhong Shou's face revealed a look of joy and satisfaction. He hurriedly swallowed a few pills, closing his eyes to calm down the energy in his body, nourishing his blood and resting his soul. After that voice kept silent for a moment, it laughed. You do have some arrogance. However, I, Long Ying, believe you. Self-improvement? I didn't expect you to be a true sword cultivator. To be able to bear the pain of having a dual meridian body and twisting meridians to cultivate to such a realm. To be able to see the true mysteries of the sword path at such an age. In front of my reflecting wall, you are unyielding and unforgiving, slashing out the 74th sword. People like you don't need to borrow external strength. His tone suddenly came to a realization. That's right, you want to break the true Long Ying that I left. Do you want to grasp the sword soul? You little fellow are really ambitious. However, I like it. However, with your cultivation, you are still far from being able to break this mural. Zhong Shou was lazy to reply, remaining silent for a long while. He stood there quietly for 30 minutes before opening his eyes once more. The sword in his hand slashed out once more. 75th sword. 76th sword. 77th sword. 3 consecutive swords slashed out, causing stone shrapnel to fly all around. Zhong Shou's face had already become ashen white, all blood drained from his face. Only after exhausting all the potential in his body did he manage to decipher the secrets of the 3 swords. At this moment, there were only 4 lines missing from the mural. He only needed 4 more sword strikes to solve all the mysteries. 77 swords. You little fellow, your sword Dao is actually already psychic to such an extent. Damn it. This place is too far away. It was unknown how many worlds the old man Long Ying had traversed in an instant, but his voice had become even clearer. However, his voice sounded a little tired. Hey, brat, don't even think about the next 4 swords. Only those who had achieved spirit and martial arts as one, or those who had the aptitude to achieve spirit and martial arts as one, could unlock it. With your talent, you are qualified to be my disciple. Why don't you take me, Long Ying, as your master? Zhong Shou did not listen at all. He treated the old man's voice as noise and directly filtered it out. At this moment, apart from the sword in his hand and the huge dragon stone carving in front of him, there was nothing else in his mind. Unexpectedly, he originally thought that after these 3 swords, the last 4 notches should be even more difficult. He should have needed more time to think and calculate. Unexpectedly, he only needed to think about it a little before he had a rough idea of the last 3 swords. It was unusually simple, close to instinctively knowing how he should attack. However, he hesitated slightly. Zhong Shou didn't dare to believe it, repeatedly verifying it in his heart before he attacked. The purple sword light was snow bright, bringing with it a beautiful and gentle sword arc. 78th sword, 79th sword, 80th sword. Another 3 sword scars appeared, causing the dragon's body to suddenly look more plump. The people around felt it the most obvious. They only felt that the dragon on the stone wall had flesh and blood, filled with spirituality. Like it was about to break out of the wall at any moment. However, this dragon-shaped stone carving seemed like it was still lacking something. It was only lacking the last and most crucial stroke. The true dragon above was the same, wanting to break through the air and fly up. However, it seemed like it was being restricted by some power, unable to fly up into the air. Zhong Shou felt satisfied, his brows filled with joy. He didn't expect these 3 swords. It was actually so simple. The last 3 riddles that this old man Long Ying set on the stone wall were really lacking. Today, in front of him, only the last mark was left. It would probably be the most difficult sword. It was the 9-9 return to 1 sword. The last part of the Long Ying sword had to be in this last sword. Only then did he remember that old man Long Ying seemed to be nagging and saying something in his ear. However, when he tried to recall, he couldn't remember anything. At that time, his mind was too pure and focused. Nothing in the world was able to leave any marks in his heart. What else can he say? You stinking brat, could it be that you want this old man to die from chi deviation or die of exhaustion before you stop? You are actually already a spirit. That voice first scolded out, following which it suddenly stopped. Zhong Shou was totally confused when he heard that. However, the voice was much clearer. The intent that Long Rua injected in was also much stronger and indiscernible. Compared to Wei Su, it was no weaker. That day his senior brother didn't go all out. However, this old man was also separated by numerous spaces. Cough. Cough. You are actually a return to Sun Realm Spirit Master. Okay, this place is still too far and I have used up most of my energy. If I continue to rush, I will harm the source of this body. So listen up, kid. Are you willing to be my Long Ying's disciple? Zhong Shou's brows rose up, following which he shook his head, saying without hesitation, I am sorry, I already have a sect. Song Xingdao, 2nd generation direct disciple, 7th disciple. Although he wanted to have a few more masters and learn more sword techniques, he still knew the theory of respecting one's master. As for his identity, in front of such a Saint Realm expert, Zhong Shou had no secrets, so why not just say it out loud? Song Xingdao, 2nd generation direct disciple? Long Ying was obviously shocked. However, what he was shocked about wasn't that Zhong Shou already had a sect, but the words 2nd generation direct disciple. Shi Zi, that fellow died a few thousand years ago. How could he still accept disciples? That's right, if not Wei Su, that fellow accepted disciples on behalf of his master. If not, you would become a disciple of that Lin Xuanxuang, right? Zhong Shou's brows rose up, thinking that this old man Long Ying's guess was pretty close. He nodded his head slightly. Zhong Shou's master is indeed called Lin Xuanxuang. That old man Long Ying burst out laughing coldly. Your senior brother Wei really calculated well. It can be considered that their Song Xingdao's luck is getting better and better, to actually pick up such a treasure under the eyes of the righteous path sections. Samuraim's eyes congealed slightly, showing his anger at the right time. Actually, he was also annoyed with that Wei Su. However, he couldn't let this outsider see through it. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. That Wei Su was willing to give you the identity of a 2nd generation direct disciple. He is also willing to pay a price. That old man Long Ying's voice was filled with annoyance. However, if one listened carefully, one would notice that within it was envy, jealousy, and hatred, all sorts of complicated feelings. Little kid, since I left the secrets of the 99 Long Ying sword here, why would I think of it? How would I not know that there is a 99% chance that this sword technique will be learned by you disciples of the large sect? I just can't bear to see the top sword technique that I created by myself be lost in the end. I set up the upper and lower dragon gates just to find a suitable successor. I also don't have the heart to pass down any orthodoxy. Which is why even if you are Tsang Shengdao's direct disciple, it is okay. Zhong Shou thought about it but still shook his head, refusing to listen to anything. This matter is really important. I have to ask senior brother Wei Su first. Your senior brother Wei Su? Your senior brother is just asking for it. The grievances in this old man Long Ying's tone became even thicker. Using you as bait to bait me, he is vicious. Little kid, did you come on orders from Wei Su? What else is there to say? Zhong Shou blinked, still a little hesitant. The main reason was that this old man Long Ying's sword technique secrets were about to be squeezed dry by him. As long as he solved this reflecting wall dragon diagram, he would be able to grasp all the secrets of the 99 Long Ying sword. If in these 10,000 years, this Long Ying's cultivation still didn't improve, if he stopped at the Saint Realm and didn't have any other sword technique achievements, then why not acknowledge him as a master, who would like to find an ancestor who needed to be filial to him for no reason? However, following this, the Long Ying kept silent for a long time. Just as Zhong Shou found it weird that this martial path saint expert was so angry that he gave up, Zhong Shou smiled. That old voice spread out once more. You little brat, you're really something. You are actually the ruler of a city and a country, the monster king of Gantian Mountain. After inheriting your father's business, in a short few months you swallowed several provinces of land, occupying close to a third of Donglin Cloud Continent. However, you have many grievances with the Donglin sects, especially that mysterious Cloud Spirit sect, as well as that Long Ro. Zhong Shou instantly rolled his eyes. So this old man went to investigate his foundations. 160 breaths to break the sky sword platform and actually draw that luck talisman. Even letting someone like you go, letting Tsang Shengdao take advantage of you. Should I say that the people of Lingyun sect are unlucky, or are they really stupid? As he said that old man Long Ying laughed once more. However, this time he was really calm. Little fellow, although Tsang Shengdao is strong, but after Shizi died, he is still bitterly struggling. You still lack someone to rely on, right? If something happens to your Gantian Mountain, it isn't convenient for Tsang Shengdao to appear. Zhong Shou held his breath. This old man Long Ying, those few words. It really hit his weak spot. Before Gantian Mountain's foundations were weak and they weren't strong enough, this Tsang Shengdao wasn't convenient for him to attack. With the help of this Long Ying, both he and Gantian Mountain could benefit. But soon after, he focused his mind again. Just now, he suddenly had an inspiration, the inspiration to break the last mark on the stone wall. Chapter 369. Long Ying also noticed Zhong Shou's weird state, laughing. You still haven't given up? It isn't that I am looking down on you. Forget about the previous ones. This last riddle is one that even Spirit Realm and Celestial Realm people might not be able to solve. Without enough sword path accumulation, you will only harm yourself. Zhong Shou didn't agree or disagree, silently holding his sword and allowing time to pass. Who knows how long passed before the glow in his eyes exploded. The key to this sword is the word stack, right? 10,000 years ago, Master Long Ying, you didn't truly merge the 9 types of true dragon sword techniques into one. It was just a few sword intense stacking. Old man Long Ying was instantly shocked. You really solved it? When he said that intent was close to crazily injecting over. It was like it had gone crazy, swiftly teleporting everyone in the cave out of the cave. Moments later, old man Long Ying finally noticed the difference in how Zhong Shou addressed him. His tone was filled with disbelief. You called me master? Master Long Ying? Zhong Shou kept silent while Long Ying laughed out loud, filled with maniacal delight. Following which he scoffed and chided. Shou, you don't know the situation. How can you easily show the highest mysteries of the sword path to others? Just now, it was fortunate that I reacted quickly. If you had really solved the last puzzle and someone had seen it, you would have been at a disadvantage. However, what you said just now was both right and wrong. 10,000 years ago, I, Long Ying, was unable to do it, but 10,000 years later, it might not be. Zhong Shou's brows rose up, but he didn't ask. He didn't want to be distracted at this moment. His thoughts were crazily spinning at the fastest speed since he was born. Numerous fragments of sword techniques, numerous mysteries of sword techniques crazily flashed across his mind. When all the fragments, all the scenes, all of them came to a stop and formed a single line, Zhong Shou finally stabbed out with his sword once again. Inside the cave, a loud dragon's roar could be heard once again. However, this time, it did not come from the true dragon on the screen wall, but from behind Zhong Shou. The 9 longing dragons roared furiously, as if they wanted to shake the heavens and split the earth. The purple sword light flashed 9 times in a row, stabbing into the dragon eye. It was like a single sword strike. This was the final mystery of the 99 Long Ying sword technique. 9 sword techniques stacked together into one. Adding the finishing touch, the dragon-shaped carving on the wall in front of him suddenly flashed with spiritual light. In the blink of an eye, the entire screen wall began to collapse. A dot of light suddenly rose from within and rushed into the incomplete Long Ying. Then, the illusory dragon body suddenly became incomparably solid. A spiritual light flashed in its eyes. The giant dragon head suddenly lowered, reaching out towards Zhong Shou. The voice of the Long Ying old man rang out once more, "You kid, you really comprehended the mysteries of the sword soul. You actually reached such a realm right after stepping in." Zhong Shoxin's thoughts were smooth. In his last life, he had used the God Emperor game to grasp the sword soul. Even at the sword soul level, he had seen some of the key points. However, in reality, it was different after all. There were many laws, many phenomena that couldn't appear in the virtual environment. What he lacked was just that. The use of this screen wall to him was no different from the sword that he used to add the finishing touch. It caused the incomplete sword soul that he grasped in the past to finally be complete, breaking out of the wall today. Still outside of Dragon Gathering Mountain, high up in the sky, the few grade 8 experts floating in the air all had different expressions on their faces. "I recognize this kid. He is the new monster king of Gantian Mountain. His name is Zhong Shou. Some people say that he is trash that can't cultivate, some say that he is a rare sword path genius. It is tough to differentiate between the truth and lies. I heard that a year ago, this kid headed to Pill Spirit Mountain to join Lingyun's sect. The person who spoke was a grade 8 expert of Daoming's sect. Whilst he spoke, he looked at Ling Lai with a weird expression. He was not the only one. The few people who knew the reason also had strange expressions on their faces. The latter's eyes were filled with rage. At this moment his emotions were really complicated. Zhong Shou had once headed to Lingyun's sect to become a disciple, but in the end he had to return helplessly. Pretty much the entire Donglin Cloud continent knew about it, everyone knew about it. Speaking of the matter, their Lingyun sect did indeed have a guilty conscience about this matter. When Zhong Weiran was alive, he had helped the Lingyun sect disciples several times. In the cloud world, it wasn't a secret. However, if it was just that, their Lingyun sect would at most be mocked by others. However, this Zhong Shou not only defeated the 3-city alliance army a month ago, shocking the world. At this moment, he even solved the 99 Long Ying sword puzzle that old man Long Ying left. This matter was becoming more and more eye-catching. Ling Lai could even guess that if this Zhong Shou really obtained the legacy of old man Long Ying, what would their Lingyun sect's situation be like? Sect disciples came to become disciples after their benefactor, but were unreasonably chased out by their Lingyun sect, who knew that the person they saw as trash and abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes was a top sword path genius. Not only were they ungrateful, but they also had eyes but couldn't see. A huge drop in reputation in the cloud world was something that could be expected, and it could even affect the luck of the sect. Numerous things that were hidden from them were going to be dug out one by one. Liang Miaozi's arrogance and unreasonableness, Zhong Shou breaking the sky sword platform in 160 breaths, as well as the 12 god talismans. 2 months ago, Long Ruo allowed Yu Guanyun and the other sects to assassinate Zhong Shou. Everything couldn't be hidden anymore. Scoffing coldly, Ling Lai's face was ice cold. Senior brother Huang is really well informed. This Zhong Shou does indeed want to join our Lingyun sect. However, his talents are too bad and his body has hidden problems, which is why our sect didn't agree. This kid's comprehension is not bad, but unfortunately he has dual meridians. His voice pausing as he looked around, only to see that the people around him didn't think much of it. The truth was as such. To a Saint Realm expert, the so-called dual meridian body wasn't much of an obstacle. If one was willing to pay the price, then it wasn't difficult to reconstruct the body. Ling Lai scoffed coldly in his heart, following which he said expressionlessly, "All of you probably don't know. Apart from that, this kid also has barriers from heaven, a broken soul body. Not allowing this Zhong Shou to join the sect to cultivate is for his own good." The surrounding people immediately fell into a period of silence. If the dual meridian body was only difficult to cultivate, then the barriers of heaven and man would completely block off the path of martial Dao cultivation. As for the remnant soul body, it was destined that this kid wouldn't be able to achieve much in terms of spiritual cultivation. Just at this moment, the people in the illusionary image suddenly disappeared one by one. After a short while, one figure after another appeared at the waist of the mountain. They were the elite disciples of the various sections. All of them were like they had just woken up from a dream, following which their faces were filled with regret. The true dragon shape had already reached the last step of transformation. However, all of them weren't able to see it. The grade 8 experts in the air all smiled, not surprised at all. Their expressions were more and more focused as they looked at the image formed by the cloud mist. Only Ling Lai's expression changed slightly. Out of this group of people, only Long Ruo and Han Nishui weren't there, only Zhu Kuangren. An ominous feeling immediately arose in his heart. Could it be that there was something wrong with the restriction and teleportation method left behind by the dragon shadow? Shui Lingbo didn't pay attention to the situation below, her hands forming a seal, sending a thread of spiritual sense into the cave. At this moment, her expression changed. The true qi in her body was about to go astray. Her hands shook and the illusionary image started to twist and change. Even the mirror light that shone into the mountain was somewhat unstable. Shui Lingbo decided to disperse the spell, allowing the cloud mist in front of her to dissipate. In the next moment, she saw Xian Taiji looking over with a confused gaze. Shui Lingbo couldn't help but frown, saying furiously, "What are you looking at? That longing old man already knows. Do you think that I, Shui Lingbo, can do anything in front of a martial saint?" Her heart was in turmoil. Zhong Shou, that fellow, actually comprehended sword soul. In the past, this kid's sword technique only showed signs of being connected to the spirit. However, that sword just now was truly connected to the spirit. Damn it! She, Shui Lingbo, had cultivated for tens of years and was only at the sword intent level. However, this kid, who was only tens of years old, had already exceeded her by so much. Her heart was filled with regret. That unscrupulous revered one really suffered a huge loss this time. If she knew that this would happen, she would have thought of a way to let their Taiyuan sect ancestor come out to fight with Wei Su. All of a sudden, he came to a realization. She knew why Wei Su directly listed this kid as a second-generation disciple. He didn't even choose a master for Zhong Shou. Their Taiyuan sect indeed didn't have the right to teach such a disciple, and they wouldn't be able to teach him well. Almost at the same time, in some unknown spacetime, Wei Su was sitting cross-legged in the void, calm and unruffled. His eyes were slightly opened, filled with doubt. Why is it that my heart is fluctuating uncontrollably today? Why are there so many people thinking about me, Wei Su? Sigh, although this spiritual sensing technique is not bad, this is the bad thing about it. Such strength, it is either related to the rise and fall of my Tsang Xing Dao. Either that, or they have a cultivation that surpasses me, Wei Su. Oh right, isn't today the last day of the Dragon Gate image on Dragon Gathering Mountain? Could it be that my junior brother really cracked the mysteries of the Nine-Dragon Shadow Sword? His heart was filled with curiosity. In Wei Su's eyes, two balls of runes suddenly flashed. A pair of ruby-like eyes were like two blazing suns shining into the void. A moment later, one could see a shooting star crazily traveling in the endless layers of space. Wei Su instantly broke out into a laugh, as expected. Who knew that this old man would actually have times when he is anxious? Chapter 370. He waved the sword in his hand a few more times. Although Zhong Shou didn't use the true qi in his body, between the movement and stillness of the sword, it was filled with a spirit. After familiarizing himself with it, Zhong Shou smiled in satisfaction. However, in just a moment, he noticed that his situation wasn't good. Who knows when that giant dragon had a body? At this moment, it opened its lantern-sized eyes and stared at him. Its giant eyes shone brightly. Its gaze was complicated, like it was filled with shock, disbelief, and deep gratitude. However, along with that giant dragon head, it wasn't ugly, but had a vicious and majestic dragon face. Zhong Shou would rather believe that this giant dragon was considering whether or not it would taste good to swallow him in one bite, whether or not it would suit its appetite. In the next moment, he saw the giant dragon's expression return to calmness. However, it was really solemn as it nodded its head towards him. 3 consecutive times. Zhong Shou was startled. Then, he heard the voice of Old Man Longing. "Don't worry, it won't hurt you. It is just thanking you. This is an old friend of mine. Because he killed too much during the Cloud Desolate era, an ancient senior forcefully broke his dragon pellet. Because I begged for mercy, he let it live. He used the questions I left on Dragon Gathering Mountain to seal it. He once said that in the future, when someone truly completed my dragon carvings on the reflecting wall, that would be the time it would break free." When Zhong Shou heard that, his head was filled with paste, thinking to himself, what kind of nonsense was this? That Old Man Longing also found it weird. Speaking of which, it is really weird. I remember that Senior said that the day this evil dragon broke free should be 30 years after the spiritual wave started. Why is there such a huge difference? It shouldn't be. That huge dragon snorted softly, as if it was extremely dissatisfied with Long Ying calling it an evil dragon. Following which it roared towards Zhong Shou. At this moment, Long Ying translated, "It's scolding me, saying that I'm an evil dragon. It should be me, Long Ying." He even said that he was very grateful to you, Zhong Shou. Being able to escape 37 years earlier was of great help to him, and he would naturally repay him generously in the future. If you need someone to help you in a fight, feel free to call him. It means that he will protect you in the future. Don't be fooled by the fact that he doesn't even know how to speak right now. Before he was sealed, he was at the peak of the God state. He was only half a step away from entering the saint state. Being sealed for 10,000 years was also a form of training. If he could form another dragon pellet within 10 years, he would be able to do so. It won't be long before this fellow soars into the sky. Zhong Shou's head was suddenly covered in cold sweat. From the beginning to the end, he and Long Ying had been communicating through their mind. How did this God Realm expert know about it? It was really weird. Be it Wei Su or this old man Long Ying, They didn't know anything about his soul coming from 10,000 years in the future. They didn't notice his thoughts in this area at all. What was the reason for that? He felt that it most probably had something to do with that ball of blue light at the depths of his soul. For some reason, Dragon Shadow's voice sounded more and more tired. Although you have comprehended the sword soul, your mind is scattered like this. In front of a true expert, you won't be able to defend at all. This evil dragon is several levels weaker than me, but from the changes in your thoughts, it knows what I am saying. A smile appeared in the giant dragon's eyes, following which it tossed out 3 more drops of blood into Zhong Shou's left arm. 2 of them directly entered the body of the sleeping lightning-winged flood serpent. The other drop formed a small dragon pattern on Zhong Shou's arm. Just as Zhong Shou was feeling weird, a piece of information directly entered his brain. He knew that through this small pattern, no matter how far away he was, he could contact this person and ask for help. His heart was filled with gratitude as he bowed towards the dragon. He knew that this giant dragon whose name he didn't know was speaking from the bottom of his heart. This was much stronger than his senior brother Wei Su. His senior brother was just saying nice things. If he faced an emergency, he really didn't know where he could go to ask for help. The giant dragon gave a friendly smile, following which it roared out, the sound waves shaking the entire area. Following which the entire stone cave started to shake intensely. Large amounts of spiritual energy crazily surged out from the dragon's body and charged in all directions. The sound of air exploding could be heard continuously. Even with Zhong Shou's cultivation, he could feel that the restrictions within the cave were collapsing. His true Qi cultivation was only at the martial ancestor realm. Before this, when the dragon appeared, he already felt that he couldn't take it. Now it was even worse. However, coincidentally at this moment, a vast true Qi surged down from the void, protecting his body and soul. When Zhong Shoxin relaxed and looked forward, he saw the giant dragon suddenly swing its tail and tear open the space. A giant black hole appeared in front of Zhong Shou's eyes. The giant dragon shook its head and swung its tail, easily drilling out of the black hole. It should have left the cloud world. Zhong Shou bitterly resisted the suction force of the black hole, blood seeping out from his mouth. Under the buff of that power, who knows how long it took for those black cracks to close up. This bastard. Crazy. Bastard. His grievances aren't small. Before he left, he wanted to destroy my dragon-gathering mountain before he was willing to stop. Why didn't he think about who saved his life? Sealing him for 10,000 years wasn't something I was willing to do. With much difficulty, he waited for the storm to stop. However, the mountain stone above started to collapse in large chunks. Long Ying instantly scolded out in rage, following which he said solemnly, "The restrictions here are about to collapse. It will be even more difficult for my intent to descend. There isn't much time. I will give you the benefits of breaking this reflecting wall dragon carving. The gift of acknowledging me as your disciple will arrive in the cloud world soon." The moment he said that, spiritual light seeped out from the shards of the reflecting wall, striking into Zhong Shou's body. Zhong Shou's brows furrowed. Looking closely, it was a bright yellow light the size of a grain. When one of them seeped into his body, instantly, he felt his body start to change. It was similar to the dragon blood body training pill, but the effect was 10 times, 100 times stronger. Who knows what it was, but just one drop of yellow light caused a portion of his body, be it physique, toughness, or strength, to greatly increase. When the light entered his body shouldn't have been able to take it. However, at this moment, with Long Ying maintaining it, he was totally fine. His blood continued to boil, all the flesh and blood in his body were expanding, contracting, twisting. Even his soul seemed to be burning. Although his body was fine, the pain still made Zhong Shou feel like he was in hell. Just as he was barely holding on, he heard Long Ying's voice exclaim, "There are actually people in this cave. I was careless." Zhong Shou bore with the intense pain, opening his eyes and looking around carefully, only to see that apart from the pieces of stone and dust that fell, there was nothing else. That longing seemed to know that he couldn't see, a weird power suddenly injected into Zhong Shou's eyes, following which 3 blurry bodies appeared in his field of vision. They stood 1,000 feet away at the entrance of a cave. Who knows what methods they used, but they weren't teleported out of the cave. The one at the head was Long Ruo. Above his head, a transparent veil hung high along with a few spiritual talismans. On his right hand, there was a small sword hanging in the air below his palm. The light was retracted, but one could see the sword energy spitting out, accumulating strength and waiting to strike. Within his eyes, a cold glow flashed. Long Ruo. Zhong Shoxin's heart sunk as he looked at the other 2 people. As expected, on the left and right were Han Nishui and Li Yuandan. Their expressions were all really ugly. Long Ruo? That idiot from Lingyun's sect who let you go and didn't take you in? His killing intent isn't small, how did you offend him? Long Ying asked curiously. Zhong Shou also didn't understand. Although he didn't have a good impression of Lingyun's sect in the last life, be it in the last or this life, they weren't enemies. Even if he rose up in the cloud world, he would only cause Lingyun's sect to lose face and their reputation to fall. Although Gantian Mountain was showing signs of being strong, it wasn't to the extent where it could hurt the foundations of Lingyun's sect. The matter of him fighting with Yen Feibai for the true dragon essence blood shouldn't have spread into Long Ruo's ears. Strictly speaking, Lingyun's sect was in the wrong. Where did this Long Ruo get such grievances from to want to kill him? In terms of enmity, at most, he only had a grudge with Han Nishui that wouldn't end until one of them died. As for Li Yuandan, they only had some conflict. However, these 2 people might not be able to convince someone with such a personality like Long Ruo. It should be a heart demon, it is most likely the case. This person already sees you as a heart demon, which is why he wants to get rid of you. This person is fighting for the path of the Grand Tao and his killing intent is set. Even with my name, I won't be able to suppress him. The more Old Man Longing said, the more annoyed he got. This is problematic. This dragon essence came from when that evil dragon was sealed for 10,000 years and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is nurtured day by day and can strengthen the body. Every breath that passes, the effect will weaken by a little. Today, I am 349 layers away and don't have much strength to descend. It is easy to slap these few people to death, but at that time, these good things would be wasted. It seems like I still need to summon that evil dragon back. Zhong Shou didn't pay attention to the words behind. Based on his heart, he wasn't willing to borrow too much external strength to strengthen his body. In his mind, there was only one word. Inner demon? So that was the case. In terms of heart demons, he also had one and it wasn't small. During these few days, he was bullied badly by the various sects of the cloud world. However, he had many worries and a stomach full of pent-up anger that he was unable to vent. Thoughts flashing in his mind, Zhong Shou suddenly grabbed the lightning-winged sword in his hand tightly. Is there anything that can raise my combat strength in a short time? No matter if it's a pill, an external pill, or a spirit artifact, it's all fine, I just need a moment. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.